Hi guys, and welcome to Early Christian Ireland revision. So this is just a revision of keywords and phrases and people. So for those of you who forget whereabouts early Irish history is in our timeline, as you can see here, we start with Neolithic builders, so that's your New Stone Age. Then you go into Bronze Age, Iron Age, and we're up here around early medieval times. Kind of goes from about 400 AD or CE to nearly 800. The Viking invasions begin around 795. So the keywords that we're looking at in this video is we're going to look at Palladius, St. Patrick, pilgrimage, monastery, abbot, missionary, Skellig Michael, beehive huts, Glendalough, which is associated with St. Kevin, St. Bridget, who is associated with founding the monastery at Kildare, and St. Columkill, who is associated with finding the monastery at Iona. So the first person you guys might want to mention or learn about is Palladius. So Palladius is the first bishop in Ireland. And while things aren't 100% clear on when he was here, there's a lot of confusion over when he came here and when he died. We do believe that he came to Ireland in 431 AD. He was appointed by the Pope and was the first bishop of Ireland. We think he might have died around 457, but we're not sure. But the main point to take here is Palladius was the first bishop of Ireland. The next figure you look at we'll want to review is St. Patrick. So a lot of you guys would know the story of St. Patrick. He is the patron saint of Ireland. He came over as a slave. He came back as a priest in 432 CE. He had this strategy of focusing on converting the noble Celts and the kings, and he believed that by converting the kings, that the religion would filter down into the lay people, the rest of the Derfin, then the more common people of the Celtic society. So there's a lot of miracles attributed to him as well, and then he's famous for describing the Trinity using a shamrock. That brings us on nicely onto a pilgrimage. So a pilgrimage is a religious journey to a place of importance to your religion. So for example, Downpatrick within Ireland is an example of a pilgrimage site, a place where pilgrims would go on this religious journey. Other ones include Lourdes and of course Jerusalem. Monasteries. So a monastery is a place where monk lives. That's a very simple definition of it. And there's two kind of types of monasteries that we mainly associate with early Christian Ireland. And the first one is that they lived in a community whereby they'd be kind of the centre of the community. They'd be the people who would give medical help. They would be the people who would give other kind of help, alms, as we will talk about later, to the people around them. Some monasteries then were set up in isolation. Okay, so some of the monasteries were in isolation. The monks lived in isolation, and these monks were known as hermits. The abbot is the head of the monastery. Okay, so he is in charge of the monastery. Here's a picture of Skellig Michael. So this is a monastery, monastic site that's gained massive fame recently from being used in the new Star Wars movie. It's been seen by millions and millions of people. As you can see, it's this big rocky island. It's about 8 miles off the coast of County Kerry. And you can see here some of the huts on top of this was on top of the island, and these would be where the monks would have lived. So Skellig Michael was a monastery on Ireland, 8 miles from the mainland off the coast of County Kerry, and the monks who lived there were called hermits, as we talked about. The houses on it are these beehive-shaped houses, and they were called beehive huts. As you can see, beehive huts had round roofs for waters to flow off of. They had fitted stones in the roof so it wouldn't leak, so that there was no water. The stones were fitted in such a good way that no water actually got through the stones. And they had this small doorway, as you can see, to minimise rain. If you go back, you can look at the picture beforehand and see the remarkably small doorway. Now on to one of our monastic sites or monasteries that was part of the community. A very famous one we're going to talk about now is Glendalough, and this is in County Wicklow. So you might be asked in the exam to name a historic monastery and a saint associated with it. So Glendalough is a famous monastery, and the saint who they believe founded it was a man known as Saint Kevin. Another famous saint is Saint Bridget, and this is the well of Saint Bridget. So this stands where they believe that her old monastery would have been, or convent. Saint Bridget is another patron saint of Ireland, along with Saint Patrick and Saint Columcille, who we're just going to look at. They are the three patron saints of Ireland. She is famous for having founded a monastery in County Kildare. She's also associated with the symbol Saint Bridget's cross. So this is an image that may come up during the exam, so just to be aware, this is what St. Bridget's cross looks like. Our next key word is missionaries. Missionaries would go to an area where people didn't practice their religion. They tried to convert them. So some of the early members of the church would have been missionaries. So Palladius would have been a missionary, the first bishop of Ireland. Ireland also exported a lot of missionaries, and the most famous of which would probably be St. Columcille. As I said, he is the third Irish patron saint of Ireland. He founded a monastery here at Iona, Scotland, so that's another famous key word or key place, Iona in Scotland. Like I said, he's the third patron saint of Ireland, and he founded the monastery at Iona. He also founded one at Kells in County Meath, so if you find yourself stuck at where of naming a saint and naming a place, St. Columcille is associated with founding the monastery at Kells. Here's a little map showing some of the monasteries that were found, some of the early Irish monasteries. So Columcille founded another monastery up in Derry, as you can see, the top arrow. He also founded, I have an arrow there pointing to Kells. Congal founded one in Bangor. Finian founded one in Clonard, which is in County Meath. Bridget, you can see there in Kildare. And Kevin in Glendalough. So just to summarise what we've done, key words you should now know who Palladius is, St. Patrick, and some facts about St. Patrick, which we'll be looking at in more detail tomorrow in class. You know what a pilgrimage is, you know what a monastery is, to be able to define what a monastery is. An abbot, a missionary, you know what Skellig Michael is, you know what beehive huts are, Glendalough, who St. Bridget is, who St. Kevin is, who St. Columcille is. Also know about the monasteries at Kildare and Iona. Hi guys, and welcome to the second video of our revision series on early Christian Ireland. So we're going to be looking at key words, places and people. The key words we're going to be looking at today are tonsure, habit, an oratory, a refectory, a scriptorium, cells, alms, an abbot's house, a guest house, a graveyard, a round tower, a high stone cross, and the daily prayers of lauds, matins and vespers. The first two words we're going to be looking at are tonsure and habit. So a tonsure is a special type of haircut, as you can see here from the arrow, that the monk would have had. The habit is the type of cloak they wore, and it usually would have been brown. So monks wore brown cloaks known as habits, and when someone joined a monastery, their hair was cut in this particular fashion as a tonsure, as a sign of their religious devotion, because who would want to walk around with that haircut unless you were devoted to the religion? Our next key word is an oratory. So the oratory was the main church of the monastery. So within the monastery, there's a group of buildings, and the main church within it is known as the oratory. As you can see from the picture here, there's an arrow pointing into that, the largest of the buildings other than that giant round tower, and that would have been the oratory. This little diagram here is the diagram we're going to be using to show the other buildings of the monastery. The first building on this map we're going to look at is the refectory. So the refectory was where monks ate their meals. You can see from the map there, it's kind of a big building. So they come in there, and this is where they eat their meals. When I was growing up, the school I was in, the cafeteria was known as the ref, after this, the refectory. Next building is the scriptorium. So this is where the monks made manuscripts, and we're going to be looking at manuscripts in a bit more detail in a later video. But scriptorium would have been a smallish kind of room where they made these amazing manuscripts like the Book of Kells. The next word we're looking at is cells. So cells were the wooden huts where the monks would sleep. Now we looked in the last video at beehive huts, and they would have been cells as well. So it's a small little room that a monk would have had. Maybe one or two monks might have shared the room, and these were small huts, very simple, nothing but a bed in it. The next thing we're going to look at is the abbot's house. So from the last video, we know that an abbot is the head of the monastery. So the abbot is the person in charge of the monastery. He's the head monk. And he generally had a nicer house, which would be distinguishable from the other monks' cells. You also had a guest house. So if you see here, number 5 on the thing, it's kind of away from the other buildings. And the guest house would have been for visitors and for pilgrims. So these are the people who went on pilgrimages. Another word we looked at, a pilgrimage was a journey to a holy place. And as if you were on a pilgrimage, sometimes you might stop off in a local monastery for somewhere to eat, somewhere to sleep, and just for a rest. Also, within a monastery, you'd find a graveyard. Sometimes the graveyard would be inside the stone walls, and sometimes it would be outside the stone walls. As you can see from the picture there, number 1 shows where a stone wall is. Number 2 shows where the oratory or the main church was. And at the back of the main church is the graveyard. Now, sometimes the graveyard would be at the back of the oratory, or sometimes they would keep it outside of the stone walls altogether. One of the most prominent features of that diagram is the round tower. And round towers were used for defence, they were used to store valuables, and they were used to call monks to prayer. Last year on the exam, this question came up, and they were very specific, the examiners were very specific about what they were going to accept as an answer. And it was to store valuables, it was for defence, and it was to call monks to prayer. You see a diagram of what it looks like on the inside. Now the bottom door would have been elevated up the ground, and you put down a little ladder from the inside to get into it. Okay, and then you pull the ladder up if someone's coming to attack and they can't get up the door. The next thing we're going to look at is high stone crosses. So we're going to be looking in a minute at how much monks prayed and some of the things they did. But one of the things they did was they carved these high stone crosses, and they carved pictures from the Bible into them. So they used these pictures to help people tell the stories of the Bible, because most of the people at the time couldn't read. Remember, the form of writing in Ireland before the Christians came was ogham, which, if you can remember, was on the side of a stone where they'd have little markings on the edge of a stone, usually to signify where someone's property began, like this land would belong to somebody. So they think that maybe these stone crosses were coloured and were kind of washed away. The colour has been washed away with the weather throughout the years. But they would have used kind of Celtic kind of influence in the designs as well in their pictures. So here's another close-up of that picture. You see in the middle is a picture of Jesus kind of going on the cross. So it's telling people the story of the Bible through pictures. And a lot of these would have been in the monastery as well. So what did the monks do in these fancy monasteries that they had? A massive part of it, as you would imagine, is praying. The monks would have prayed 6 to 8 times a day. They had a prayer at dawn, so it would be called at dawn, and that was known as the Lauds. They had prayers in the morning, which were known as matins, and the last prayer of the day was called the Vespers. The monasteries would have been self-sufficient. So what I mean by self-sufficient is that they would have grown their own food, and they would have, been able to live off of what they had in their land. So when they weren't praying, they were out, they were farming, and they were, just making sure that everyone had enough to eat, that everything was taken care of. Some of them would have been working in the scriptorium, writing manuscripts. Other monks would have been performing alms. So monks gave alms, which is food and other help to the poor. These monasteries would sometimes just be the center of a community. Um, so, and many times they'd be the center of the community, unless it was a monastery that was in isolation, where they would have their hermit monks. But generally, they would be the life force of the community, and they would give food and other help to people who needed it. So to end the show, the keywords we've looked at are: the tonsure is the haircut, habit is what they used, oratory is your main church, refectory where they ate, scriptorium where they made manuscripts, cells were the little houses the monks lived in, alms was given food and other help to the poor, abbot's house was where the head of the church slept, guest house where pilgrims could stay over for a night, graveyard would usually be inside or outside the stone walls of the monastery. Then you have a round tower where they would store valuables, call monks to prayer and for defence. Then you have high stone crosses, which would tell the story of the Bible in these pictures. And then you had your prayers with the Lauds, the Matins, and the Vespers. Hi guys, and welcome to our third and final part on early Christian Ireland revision. This is our keywords, places, and people. So the keywords for today are manuscripts, vellum, parchment, quill, scribes, the Cathach, the Book of Kells, Ardagh Chalice, a Celtic spiral design, filigree, and the Tara brooch. So we're going to see what all those keywords are. So manuscripts were old copies of the Bible that were illustrated by the monks. So they drew these amazing pictures on them. And manuscripts would have always been copies of the gospel. What they wrote on vellum. So vellum was paper that was made from stretched calf skin. You can see a little picture here of how they stretched out the skin. Now it is a calf, like the animal, not the calf like the back of your leg. The next thing we're looking at is parchment. So parchment is made from stretched sheepskin. Same thing. This presentation behind it kind of has a parchment effect to it. And that would have come from the sheep who is looking at you right there. What they wrote on these books, these manuscripts with, was a quill. So this type of pen, the quill is a type of pen used to illustrate the manuscripts. And then the ink, they used a mixture of berries and plants and leaves and rocks and minerals. They would have mashed it all together. And that's what they would have used for ink. The people who wrote the manuscripts, who illustrated the manuscripts, these were the guys who worked in the scriptorium, if you guys can remember from yesterday. That is the room in which they wrote the manuscripts. And the guys who wrote the manuscripts were called scribes. So an example of some of these manuscripts, we're going to look at two of the most famous ones. In an exam, I might ask you to give an example of a manuscript from early Christian Ireland. So one of them is called the Cathach. And this is a manuscript that is a copy of the Psalms, which is a book in the Bible. And it's said to have been copied by St. Columcille, who we looked at as one of the patron saints in Ireland, who founded the monastery in Iona. Possibly the most famous one, famous manuscript, is the Book of Kells. So this is a copy of the four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, that is thought to have been made on Iona, where Columcille founded the monastery. This is just one page of it. You can imagine the amount of time and effort that went into it. When we're looking at our People in History question, tomorrow it will be talking about the process of how the scribes would have illustrated these manuscripts. So on top of making beautiful manuscripts and stuff like that, they also were masters at working with gold and silver. So one of the artifacts from this, most famous artifacts from this time, is the Ardagh Chalice. It's possible that this could come up in the picture section of, so that'd be section 1 of the junior cert, where they show something like this and they go, what is this item? All right, and that is the Ardagh Chalice, as you can see there. So it's a beautifully decorated chalice, and it just shows how talented the monks were as artists and as smiths. Another famous artifact from this time would be the Tara brooch. Again, it's something that is beautifully decorated. So some of the techniques they used in making the Ardagh Chalice and the Tara brooch, one of the most famous would have been a technique called filigree. So filigree is like this delicate form of artwork, and they'd use gold or silver twisted threads to create these amazing patterns. So you can see just this is a little outline, a close up on the Ardagh chalice, and they would have been little bits of gold that would have been had to been smelted down into little twisted threads and weaved together. And another aspect of early Christian Ireland design on a lot of the artifacts that they made would have been the Celtic spiral design. So this is something that dates back from Newgrange. On the curbstone in front of Newgrange, there is this triple spiral design. So what made this part of Irish history so unique from everywhere else in the world was that it melded early Christian art and ideas and philosophies with Celtic artistry. And they came together to form something that was uniquely Irish. So again, our keywords are manuscripts. So they would have been illustrated Bibles, vellum, calfskin, parchment, sheepskin, that they would have written on a quill, which was the pen they used. Scribes were the people who wrote the manuscripts. The Cathach was an example of a manuscript, as was the Book of Kells. That's up in Trinity College. The Ardagh chalice, an example of early Christian artistry. Celtic spiral design, again, that would be a design that was used. Filigree was working with small silver and gold threads to make beautiful designs, and the tar brooch. Hello everybody, and welcome to the first video in our series of videos on the plantations. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes, so by the end of this presentation you guys should know what has happened in Irish history prior to the plantations taking place. Second, you guys should know the three groups that were in Ireland prior to the plantations. And finally, you guys should know two things about each of those groups. In this series of videos, we will be looking at how the British tried to bring Ireland under greater control in the 16th and 17th centuries through a colonization technique known as the plantation. Today we're going to be looking at the three main groups in Ireland prior to these plantations. They are the Gaelic Irish, the Gaelicized Anglo-Normans, and the Old English. It is important, however, to familiarise ourselves with what was going on in Ireland and Britain before the plantations began. So the last time we studied Irish history in depth was in the early Christian Irish era, in which Christian missionaries like St. Patrick brought Christianity to the Celtic or Gaelic Irish who lived there in the 5th century. In our study of early Christian Ireland, we also saw how the Vikings came and raided monasteries, but eventually started to build long forts, which developed into the first towns in Ireland like Wexford, Waterford, Cork, and of course Dublin. Dublin in particular became a huge part of the trade networks that existed in Northern Europe. In our study of the Middle Ages, we saw how Welsh and English knights known as the Normans became invited into Ireland by Dermot MacMurrough in 1169. He went and he got permission from the King of England to help Dermot win back his kingdom. The Normans conquered large parts of Ireland, bringing their strong stone castles to the country, which the King of England then claimed was his, as the Normans were his subjects. The Normans were particularly successful in conquering lands in the east and south of the country. However, the kings of England had difficulty in not only controlling the Gaelic Irish, but also the Normans who had settled in Ireland. They constantly rebelled against and ignored the King of England's orders. The descendants of these first Norman invaders, though proud the English, had completely adopted the Gaelic way of life over the centuries and were almost indistinguishable from the Gaelic Irish. The English kings sent over armies to try to bring Ireland under control, and in 1366 the Statutes of Kilkenny were passed, which were laws passed which punished Englishmen in Ireland for adopting the customs and traditions and fashions of the Gaelic Irish. However, as soon as the English would turn their attention away from Ireland, the Gaelic Irish and Normans would renege on promises to behave as the king wanted and went back to doing what they wanted. There was one area in Ireland which stayed loyal to the English crown. This area was known as the Pale. This was mainly controlled by English merchants who followed English laws and customs. It stretched roughly from Dundalk to Dalkey and outwards towards Naas. So just to summarise, these are the three major groups that lived in Ireland: the Gaelic Irish, the Anglo-Normans who became Gaelicised or adopted the Irish language and culture, and the Old English who primarily were confined to the Pale. Ulster and the west of Ireland were the areas where the Gaelic Irish were at their strongest, with the O'Neills in the north of Ireland probably being the strongest and most powerful clan. On top of them, you also had the O'Donnells in modern day Donegal, or Tír Connell as it was called at the time, and these were two of the most powerful clans in the whole of the country. There were strong Gaelic families like the McMurrows, the O'Moores and the O'Connors in Leinster, and also the McCarthys down here in Munster. There were also the O'Malleys here in Connacht, from which the famous Grace O'Malley would have come from. These clans lived by a law code known as Brehon law. Each clan had a king, and each king ruled over a number of families. Once the king died, his successor was chosen from the royal family known as the Derfin. Because there were so many people trying to lay claim to the throne, it led to intense rivalry and even wars within clans. The Gaelicised Anglo-Normans were the next group, and the most powerful families ruled the earldoms of Kildare, Ormond, here based around Kilkenny, and the earldom of Desmond here in Munster. Though they adopted many Gaelic traditions, when the earl or leader of one of the earldoms died, he would be succeeded by his eldest son. The most powerful of these Anglo-Norman families were the Fitzgeralds, who were the Earls of Kildare. They were so powerful that even though they weren't trusted by the English, they were regularly asked to serve as the Lord Deputy of Ireland, or the English King's representative in Ireland, because they were so powerful. The final group that we will be looking at again is the Old English, who primarily live in this area here in the Pale, but also in some port cities like Waterford. They again followed English laws and customs. They didn't trust the Irish or the Anglo-Normans who had become Gaelicised, and they also held most of the administrative and legal positions in Ireland, even though they didn't have an awful lot of power. And it is with this mix of people that the Tudor king, Henry VIII, will attempt to figure out a way to make the Irish bend to his will in our next video. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now you guys should know what has happened in Irish history prior to the plantation. You guys should know the three groups that were in Ireland prior to the plantation. And finally, you guys should know two things about each of those groups. Thanks for watching, and I hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody, and welcome to the second video in our series of videos on the plantations. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes. So by the end of this presentation, you guys should know how and why Henry VIII established the Anglican Church. You guys should know what led to Henry adopting the policy of surrender and regrant. And finally, you guys should be able to explain what the term surrender and regrant was. In our last video, we looked at what was going on in Ireland prior to the adoption of the plantation strategy by the English. And today we will look at what was going on in England and the issues they had with the Irish that led to the adoption of the plantation policy. The 15th century was a tumultuous time in England. A civil war known as the War of the Roses raged in England between the years of 1455 and 1485. It was a battle between two royal families in England, the House of York, which was represented by the White Rose, and the House of Lancaster, which was represented by the Red Rose. The eventual result of the war was victory for the House of Lancaster after the final big battle of the war, the Battle of Bosworth. The head of this family was a man called Henry Tudor, and he was crowned King Henry VII of England and Lord of Ireland in 1485. In relation to Ireland, Henry VII found that despite constant rebellion and insubordination from the Irish, he was not strong enough to directly challenge their power. In fact, attempts to remove the Earl of Kildare, the most powerful of the Gaelicised Anglo-Normans, after he had twice went against Henry VII and supported the House of York, had failed. Henry VII had to keep the Earl of Kildare as Lord Deputy or the King's representative in Ireland. However, Henry kept England peaceful and he managed to sort out the economy. He was succeeded in 1509 by his son, the infamous Henry VIII. Henry was well known for his large appetite for food and women, and he married 6 times in his lifetime. Henry really disliked being opposed on any issue. So when the Pope refused to annul or end Henry's marriage to Catherine of Aragon after he had become infatuated with the young Anne of Boleyn, he forced the English Parliament to name him, and not the Pope, as the supreme head of the Church in England in 1534. His first act in setting up this new Anglican Church was to end his marriage with Catherine and marry Anne Boleyn, and they lived happily ever after. Well, not really. He had her beheaded in 1536, 2 years later, so he could marry his next wife, Jane Seymour. This action was known as the Act of Supremacy, and it started the English Reformation. This Reformation was different from the other Reformations of, say, Martin Luther or John Calvin, which were happening around the same time. They were concerned with spiritual issues, while the English Reformation was concerned with political ones. Henry's changes didn't really affect church teachings, only the way the church was governed. So for the majority of the people, it didn't affect their day-to-day relationship with the church. However, one of the most controversial things that Henry did was to get rid of all the monasteries in England, and this is known as the dissolution of the monasteries. Again, Henry wasn't opposed to them on any kind of theological grounds, but was worried about the monastic order's loyalty, as they weren't directly under the bishop's control, who was now under Henry's control, but instead these monastic orders were under the rule of their head of the monasteries, which usually were on the continent and regularly in Rome. Henry wanted to reduce the church's power in England and to raise money for wars in France, Scotland, and of most interest us, Ireland. Henry was unhappy with how powerful the Earl of Kildare was, and in 1534 he decided to act on this. So he summoned the Earl of Kildare to London. The Earl died in London, and his son believed that he had been executed, whereas instead he had died from a gunshot wound sustained in Ireland while fighting the local Gaelic Irish. His son, Silken Thomas Fitzgerald, rebelled against Henry, sparking the Kildare Rebellion, which lasted from 1534 to 1539. Henry sent over a large force and he defeated Silken Thomas and the Fitzgeralds of Kildare. The English expected to easily defeat the Gaelic Irish and the Gaelicised Anglo-Normans, who were allies with the Earl of Kildare, and they did. But after every summer of fighting in Ireland, the Irish would regroup in the winter and fight again the next summer. And this cost Henry a lot of money, so he came up with a new policy called Surrender and Regrant. This policy meant that all Irish landowners were to surrender their lands to Henry VIII, who took the new title of King of Ireland as opposed to Lord. They were due to swear an oath of loyalty to him as King of Ireland and head of the church, and this was called the Oath of Supremacy. If any of the landlords were guilty of acting against the king or rebelled against him, then they would forfeit their lands to the king. In return, he would allow them to be official tenants on the land, recognised within English law, and be given English peerage titles such as the Earl. So, for example, the Gaelic leader of the O'Neills in Tyrone became the Earl of Tyrone. This policy was very popular with the Gaelic Irish, as under English law they tightened their control on power, as now the eldest son of the Gaelic lord would automatically become lord after he died, and it wouldn't be decided by the Derford, which we looked at in the last video. And it would give the head of the clan more land. However, this policy, though an improvement on trying to control Ireland with an army, still wasn't sufficient, and in the next video we will see the new policy of plantation. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now you guys should know how and why Henry established the Anglican Church. You guys should know what led to Henry adopting the policy of surrender and regrant. And finally, you guys should know what surrender and regrant was. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody and welcome to the third video in our series of videos on the plantations. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes, so by the end of this presentation you guys should know how Edward VI changed the policy towards Ireland. Second, you guys should know why Queen Mary I adopted the policy of plantation and what this policy was. And finally, you guys should know 3 facts about what that plantation was and why it failed. In our previous videos, we saw how the people in Ireland could be divided into 3 main groups: the Gaelic Irish, Anglo-Normans and the Old English. We also saw how King Henry VIII broke with the Catholic Church and established himself as the head of the English or Anglican Church. And we also saw how he found it too expensive to keep an army in Ireland to keep the Irish under control, and he adopted a policy of surrender and regrant, where Gaelic lords surrendered their claims to their kingdoms to Henry and promised loyalty to him in return for the land back and an English title like Lord. Adopting English laws was a big change, as before this the land was owned by the whole clan, and they elected the leader, known as the Taoiseach. The Taoiseach was only given a section of the land while he was leader. Under the English law of succession, the eldest son of the leader got everything and resulted in increased wealth and power for one family instead of for the whole clan. This policy enjoyed remarkable success, but there was opposition in England and among the Old English who believed the Gaelic Irish couldn't be trusted. So, when Henry died in 1547 and was succeeded by his 9-year-old son, Edward VI, there was a change in policy. Edward was controlled by his Lord Protectors, who held the real power. These were advisors, and they were determined on 2 things: the conquest of Ireland and the imposition of the Protestant religion. His policy of conquest, or the Lord Protector's policy of conquest, led to them trying to maintain a large army in Ireland, which again proved to be a very expensive policy. Also, the policy to impose the new Anglican religion was controversial, as they tried to change the teachings of the Church by introducing a new common book of prayer that should have been used in all Anglican churches. Again, this was a shift from Henry. He was only interested in who governed the church and not in the actual teaching. The premature death of Edward in 1553 at the age of 15 was met with a lot of happiness in Ireland. Even the Old English who lived in the Pale were quite happy, as they had been really not too pleased with his meddling in the church. Edward VI was succeeded by his older sister, Queen Mary I. Mary was a Catholic, a devout Catholic, and wanted to reverse the Protestant Reformation. She aggressively tried to stomp out Protestantism in England and executed some of those who refused to reinstate or re-establish the Catholic Church, earning her the nickname of Bloody Mary. However, she did give her full support to those who thought that tough military actions were the only thing that the Gaelic Irish understood. She did want to reduce the size of the army, and she decided on a policy in Ireland known as plantation. The plan was to evict any rebellious Gaelic Irish and confiscate their lands. But then, instead of giving it to other Gaelic Irish or Anglo-Normans, Mary wanted to find loyal Englishmen that could be planted on the land. She launched repeated campaigns west of the Pale to extend its frontiers. She confiscated the counties of Laois, which she renamed Queen's County, and Offaly, which she renamed King's County, after her husband, King Philip II of Spain. He, of course, was the son of the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, who we met in our study of the Reformation. The Laois and Offaly plantation of 1556 was the first plantation in Ireland. The plan was to plant or colonise the 2 counties with loyal subjects. She turned 2 fortresses at the modern-day towns of Portlaoise and Dangan into county towns called Maryborough and Philipstown. The 2 counties were then divided into 3, with the Gaelic Irish who pledged loyalty to the Queen and promised to live in English style, given the land furthest away from the Pale. The other 2/3 were leased to loyal Englishmen or men from the Pale. However, the families that had been dispossessed, the O'Connors, The O'Dempseys and particularly the O'Moores continued to attack the settlers and the Pale itself, and these warriors who were attacking were known as woodkerns. Time after time they were driven back to the mountains and bogs only to re-emerge and attack the settlers, burn their crops and farms, and drive off their animals. The plantation, which was supposed to extend English rule and cost less than having an army, there turned out to be a very expensive venture. The cost of protecting the settlers proved massive due to the constant raids, and it did not pacify the Irish at all. The plantation was a failure by all accounts. However, the English were to learn from this venture, and in the next video we will look at the plantation of Munster. That brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now you guys should know how Edward VI changed the policy towards Ireland. You guys should know why Queen Mary adopted the policy of plantation and what this policy was. And finally, you guys should know 3 facts about the plantation and why it failed. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody and welcome to the 4th video in our series of videos on the plantations. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes, so by the end of this presentation you guys should know what led to the Munster plantation taking place. You guys should know 3 facts about how the Munster plantation was organised, and finally you guys should know 3 reasons why the Munster plantation was not a success. We saw in our last video how Queen Mary I adopted a new policy known as plantation in Laois and Offaly to try to extend English control west of the Pale. Mary's reign as queen was short, as she died in 1558. She was succeeded by her sister, Queen Elizabeth I, a daughter from Henry VIII's second marriage to Anne Boleyn, who unfortunately had her head chopped off by Henry after being accused of witchcraft, among many other things. Elizabeth immediately reversed Mary's religious policy and re-established Protestantism as the official religion of England. She once again made the ruler of England the supreme governor or head of the Church of England and Ireland. As far as her policy towards Ireland, Elizabeth met many of the same problems that her sister, her brother and her father had met, mainly that insubordinate Irish lords resented and kicked against royal authority. In her early attempts to bring Ireland firmly under English control, she focused on subjugating Ulster, which would have been known as the most Gaelic part of Ireland. Here she clashed with Shane O'Neill, who was sometimes known as Shane the Proud, and she attempted to plant Ulster, but the attempts turned out to be a complete failure, and Elizabeth's attentions were turned to the south of the country and the Gaelicised Anglo-Normans. So in the south of the country, the Earl of Desmond, Gerald Fitzgerald, who had large tracts of lands around Cork, Limerick, Kerry, Tipperary and Waterford, was once again at war with the Earl of Ormond, Thomas Butler, and he had his land sent around Kilkenny. And this was all taking place in the year 1565. Both were summoned to England and fined for waging war in Elizabeth's realm and promised not to do so again. The Earl of Ormond ended up being true to his word, but the Earl of Desmond didn't like Elizabeth interfered in his affairs, and he also was unhappy at the re-establishment of the Protestant Church. His consistent insubordination led to his arrest in 1567. In protest, his family launched a rebellion led by James Fitzmaurice Fitzgerald against the Queen, and they attacked Kilkenny, which would have been where Ormond's power was centred. This rebellion is known as the Geraldine Rebellion or the Desmond Rebellion. However, the Fitzgeralds were crushed within a few weeks, with the English forces taking 23 of Desmond's castles and slaughtering everyone inside of them. The rebellion lingered on for a few years, but was eventually ended in 1573. It was in 1573 also that the Earl of Desmond himself, Gerald Fitzgerald, was released from the imprisonment, but again he remained completely defiant. The Fitzgeralds of Desmond sent representatives to Europe to try to find help to fight the Protestant Queen of England, And in 1579, Pope Gregory XIII sent 600 troops who landed at Smerwick Harbour in County Kerry, and they built a fort there known as Dunanore, or the Fort of Gold. The Pope wanted to ensure that Ireland remained Catholic. The rest of Munster rose in rebellion upon the arrival of these troops. However, the fort itself was surrounded by English troops who heard of the coming of the Pope's forces, and they were led by the Queen's representative, the Lord Deputy, a man named Arthur Grey. They massacred everybody in the fort. Soon the Earl of Desmond and the leading Fitzgeralds were tracked down and killed, with the Earl's severed head being sent to the Queen. The Second Desmond or Geraldine Rebellion was over in 1583. After more than 3 years of brutal, merciless warfare, the land in Munster was completely left in ruins, and a famine swept across the area. It's estimated that about 30,000 people had been killed in the fighting of the Desmond Rebellion. The land was almost empty, and under the conditions of surrender and grant which we met under King Henry VIII, the Fitzgerald's lands were now forfeited to the Crown. So this seems to be the perfect condition to plant the lands of Munster with loyal subjects. There was a quick survey done of the land, and nearly 250,000 acres of good land and 250,000 acres of poor land were identified and divided up into 35 settlements. Elizabeth encouraged English planters known as undertakers, who were given estates ranging from 4,000 acres to 12,000 acres, so long as they promised to undertake Elizabeth's conditions. They were required, first of all, to bring over English tenants and staff to work on their estates. They were to introduce English methods of agriculture and to remove all Irish from the land. Sir Walter Raleigh, an English explorer, got a massive estate of 42,000 acres in Youghal of Cork. He was one of many men known as adventurers who were given these gigantic estates in Munster. The Undertakers also promised to defend Ireland from any Spanish invasion. In 1588, King Philip II of Spain, the husband of Queen Elizabeth's dead sister Mary, launched a massive Spanish fleet of 130 ships to invade England. This fleet of ships is known to history as the Spanish Armada, and Philip II aimed to overthrow Queen Elizabeth and her Protestant church and to stop England from interfering in Spanish territory, including piracy in the New World. However, many of the ships were wrecked off the coast of Ireland and Scotland, with the invasion being a total failure. Some of the Spanish soldiers ended up shipwrecked in Ireland, and they recorded their adventures in trying to get back home, which is a valuable source for us of information on what life was like in Ireland at the time. While the Munster plantation was more successful than the Laois and Offaly plantation, it was still not particularly successful. There were new towns like Bandon and Killarney which were founded, but the plantation itself was not a massive success. The reason for this was that the country in Munster was desolate. It was destroyed, and it required a lot of labour to make it profitable. Only 4,000 English settlers arrived after the plantation had happened, and they had expected at least 20,000. So the settlers had to rent out the land to the Gaelic Irish, completely undermining the undertaking that they took to remove the Gaelic Irish from the land. The second reason was many of the Undertakers left and returned to England, and these were known as absentee landlords, as they were absent from the land. And the final reason was the estates were also too big for the Undertakers to defend, so they were vulnerable to attacks from the Gaelic Irish who were trying to reclaim their land. However, the English would learn from these two plantations, and when the powerful Gaelic lords in Ulster rebel, it gives the English the opportunity to take the lessons they learned and to try to colonise the wildest part of Ireland, Ulster. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now you guys should know what led to the Munster plantation taking place. Second, you guys should know 3 facts about how the Munster plantation was organised. And finally, you guys should know 3 reasons why the Munster plantation wasn't a success. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody and welcome to the 6th video in our series of videos on the plantations. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes, so by the end of this presentation you guys should know the 3 types of planters and the conditions they had to accept. Second, you guys should know the layout of the plantation towns, and finally you guys should know how and why the plantation was successful. Last time we saw how the rebellious Gaelic lords of Ulster rose in rebellion against Queen Elizabeth, only to suffer a devastating defeat at Kinsale in the 9 Years' War. We saw how they were given lenient terms in the Treaty of Mellifont, as the Queen had died and been replaced by her cousin James I. And finally we saw how these Gaelic lords, or the Earls of Ulster, left in 1607 in an event known as the Flight of the Earls, to try to get help in Europe to resist James I's policy of persecuting Catholics. Now, prior to the Flight of the Earls, something was happening that was a worry to the Gaelic lords and really an example to King James I. After the Treaty of Mellifont, hundreds of Scots and English began to cross the Irish Sea to start a new life in East Ulster, or modern-day Antrim and Down, which had been devastated by the recent rebellions. These counties were planted as part of a private plantation, and that means a plantation that was not funded by the Crown, but instead funded by private individuals. In this case, the private individuals were Lord Hugh Montgomery and Lord James Hamilton. They were men responsible for organising this private plantation. It was actually a major success, and one of the reasons for this was because they brought lowland Scottish tenant farmers and their families to plant these new lands. And these tenant farmers were used to living in very similar damp conditions, and they were used to living off subsistence farming, as opposed to the undertakers of Munster, who were not used to living on small plots. The government, under the orders of James I, sponsored the plantation of the first 6 counties of Ulster: Armagh, Cavan, Derry, Donegal, Fermanagh and Tyrone. A commission of inquiry was set up, and they sent surveyors, who were protected by soldiers, to survey the land and determine that there was roughly about 4 million of acres available for planting. The land was divided into Crown land, which belonged to the king, and church land, which belonged to the Protestant Church of Ireland, which was the equivalent of the Anglican Church. The Church of Ireland got roughly 16% of all the land that was divided up, and Trinity College was also part of the church land, and that was given 3%. The Crown land was divided into estates of 1,000, 1,500 and 2,000 acres. And under the Articles of Plantations, which set up the rules of the plantation, these estates were to be given to 3 different types of people: undertakers, servitors and loyal Irish. So who were these people? Well, the undertakers were English and Scottish planters brought over to Ulster. One of the conditions of them receiving land was that they couldn't have any Gaelic Irish tenants, but their rent was kept cheap, and they only had to pay £5.33 per 1,000 acres. They also rented the vast majority of the land, getting 36% of all the land. The servitors were the next group, and these were English soldiers and officials who were owed money, and a lot of money, after defeating the Earls of Ulster in the 9 Years' War, and they were given land as part of a payment. They did pay a higher rent than the undertakers of around £8 per 1,000 acres, but they were allowed to keep Irish tenants. They were given the smallest group and took around 12% of the land. The third and final group were the loyal Gaelic Irish. These men were given the worst of land and settled near servitors in case they rebelled. They were the Gaelic Irish who hadn't joined in O'Neill and O'Donnell's 9-Year War, but still not massively trusted. They paid the largest rent, roughly £10.46 per 1,000 acres, and they were also allowed to have Irish tenants, which many people will be surprised by. But they were expected to keep these Irish under control. And the loyal Irish got about 20% of the land of the plantation. Now, all these groups had to meet other conditions. If you had 1,000 acres of land, you had to build a bawn, and this was for defensive purposes if there was another rebellion. A bawn was a stone wall around an enclosure. If you had 1,500 acres, you had to build a bawn and a stone house. And with 2,000 acres, you had to build a bawn and a defensive tower or a stone castle. At first, not many undertakers came forward, so James I persuaded a group of 12 London guilds to undertake the plantation of the whole of County Derry, which was roughly 10% of all the land of that 4 million acres. This group, known as the Irish Society, was to take land on the same terms as the undertakers and to build 2 fortified cities at Coolraine and at Derry, or Londonderry, which had been a fort established by Mountjoy's men during the 9 Years' War. The town of Derry, or Londonderry, was the last walled town to be built in Western Europe. Over 20 new towns were planned and built with stone walls around them. They were generally laid out with wide, straight streets with a central square or diamond where the courthouse or church would have been built and where markets were also held. These towns became centres for trade and administration like courts and jails. Over the years, many of the Gaelic Irish came to live outside the walls of these towns, and these suburbs were usually called Irishtown. Now, some Gaelic Irish refused to become tenants on these new plantations, and they took to the mountains and woods to become known as Tories or outlaws, who would attack new planters. However, the plantation turned out to be massively successful. First of all, it increased the influence of the English customs and laws, as well as language and farming methods. It spread the Protestant religion, both Presbyterian religion and the Anglican religion, and also it helped to ensure a loyal population. The results of the plantation were significant. So unlike the Munster plantation, the undertakers actually stuck around, and by 1640 there were roughly 40,000 Scottish and English settlers in Ulster, and this dramatically changed the landscape of what had up until now been the stronghold of the Gaelic Irish. However, this was not to be the last chapter in the story of the English colonisation of Ireland, as there was another particularly bloody chapter left when Oliver Cromwell came to Ireland in 1649. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now you guys should know the 3 main types of planters and the conditions they had to accept. You guys should know the layout of the plantation towns. And finally, you guys should know how and why the plantation was successful. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody, and welcome to the 7th video in our series of videos on the plantations in Ireland. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes. So by the end of this presentation, you guys should know what Charles I's changes in policies were that caused such controversy in Ireland. Second, you guys should know what caused the 1641 rebellion and some facts about that rebellion. And finally, you guys should know what happened in England that led to Oliver Cromwell eventually coming to Ireland. As we saw in the last video, the English had learned their lessons from previous plantations and carried out a successful plantation in Ulster. The king who ordered that plantation, James I, died in 1625, and he was replaced by his son, King Charles I. Now, Charles admired the power of the King of France and the Holy Roman Emperor, and he wanted to rule without having to ask Parliament for permission to do things. To do this, he needed to extend his personal control, and he needed to extend it over both the government and the church. In 1632, he appointed a very close friend and ally, Sir Thomas Wentworth, as the Lord Deputy in Ireland to ensure that Charles had supreme power over the government and church in Ireland. Remember, the Lord Deputy is the King's representative in the country. As the King's representative, Wentworth alienated himself from all the traditional groups in Ireland, extorting money from the Old English of the Pale and pushing Protestantism and planning a plantation in Connacht. However, this plantation never actually came to pass as Charles was getting in trouble back in England. So what was the trouble that Charles was getting into? Well, he refused to use Parliament, who then in turn refused to vote him the money he needed to rule. So he imposed a lot of unusual taxes to get his money, like a tax on ship money, the tax trade on the sea. This affected the Ulster guilds we looked at that who planted Derry in the last video. They resisted paying these taxes, and in 1639 Charles officially confiscated their lands. However, probably the biggest mistake that Charles made was trying to establish greater control of the church for himself. He alienated the Catholic Old English and the Gaelic Irish by persecuting them, but he also managed to alienate a lot of the new planters in Ulster. Now, until now, the Church of Ireland had tolerated a wide range of Protestant beliefs and practices. So Presbyterians, who had large numbers among the Scottish planters in Ulster, were happy to join Church of Ireland churches as they could continue to practice their religion as they believed they should. However, Lord Deputy Wentworth enforced Charles's vision of a uniform church by introducing a new common book of prayer. This policy met massive resistance in both Scotland and Ulster, and the Scottish agreed to take a covenant, which is a religious vow to resist these changes. In 1639, Wentworth marched to Ulster to force the Ulster Scots, who had signed up to this covenant, to take the Black Oath, denouncing their covenant. But these Covenanters, as they were known, had powerful friends in Parliament, which was in opposition to King Charles I. They used their power to impeach Wentworth. They found him guilty of treason, and in 1641 they executed him. And this further deepened the divide between Charles I and the Parliament. The Gaelic Irish were closely monitoring all these developments, and when Charles suffered a military humiliation in Scotland in 1640 trying to enforce his common book of prayer, the Gaelic Irish believed it was time to rise in rebellion to try to take back their land. The rebellion under the leadership of Sir Phelim O'Neill started on the 22nd of October in 1641 in Ulster. The Irish victories were so quick and decisive in the first few days that they really didn't know what to do with all of those who had surrendered. Thousands of planters were driven off the land, and 1,000 more were massacred by the Gaelic Irish. Stories of the massacres were exaggerated in England and were met with absolute horror. The 1640s turned out to be one of the most confusing periods in Irish history, as while this rebellion was happening, civil war broke out in England between Charles I and his defenders, called the Cavaliers, against Parliament's Roundheads, as they were called, with Oliver Cromwell emerging as one of their greatest leaders. This led to the shifting of allegiances between all four groups in Ireland: the Gaelic Irish, the Anglo-Norman Irish, the Old English, and now the New English, who had been planted recently. And there were years of massacres and battles and sieges. English government in Ireland pretty much crumbled, and in October 1642, the Gaelic Irish and the Old English, who had always been traditionally enemies, united to form the Confederation of Kilkenny to rule the country. Massive battles at Dungan's Hill in Meath and Knocknanoose Hill in County Cork led to 3,000 and 4,000 men being killed respectively in those battles. By 1648, Charles I's cause was lost, as he was unable to get the better of Sir Thomas Fairfax, Oliver Cromwell, and their new model army. He was recaptured and executed by Parliament on the 30th of January 1649. England set up a new government ruled by the winners of the Civil War, and this new government was known as the Commonwealth. One of the first things the new Commonwealth government did was turn its attention to crushing the Irish who had opposed them. Oliver Cromwell, the leading general of the Civil War, was named Lord Lieutenant or Lord Deputy in 1649, and he was given £100,000 and 12,000 battle-hardened soldiers from the new model army that had just won the English Civil War. Cromwell made it clear from the beginning that he wasn't just coming to put down the rebellion, but he was coming for revenge for the massacre of the Protestants in 1641 when the rebellion began. And in the next video, we will see Cromwell's brutal invasion of Ireland. That brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now you guys should know what Charles's changes in policy were that caused such controversy in Ireland. You guys should know what caused the 1641 rebellion and some facts about it. And finally, you guys should know what happened in England that led to Oliver Cromwell eventually coming to Ireland. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody and welcome to the 8th and final video in our series of videos on the plantations. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes, so you guys should know how Cromwell ended the war in Ireland. You guys should also know the condition of Ireland after the war and the conditions of the plantation that Cromwell introduced. And finally, you guys should know the consequences of these plantations. We saw in the last video how the Parliament Roundheads defeated King Charles I's Cavaliers in the English Civil War, thanks in large part to Sir Thomas Fairfax and Oliver Cromwell's new model army. However, the war hadn't ended in Ireland, with many in the country still fighting for the dead king's cause. Cromwell came to Ireland in 1649 to finish the war. He landed in Ringsend in Dublin in August 1649, unopposed after the rebels had failed to capture Dublin. His first objective was to take the walled city of Drogheda, which blocked the way to Ulster where the massacres had happened. It was defended by about 3,000 soldiers, and Cromwell attacked it with 8,000 of his well-drilled soldiers and heavy artillery. He breached the walls and eventually defeated the rebels. Once the rebels were defeated, Cromwell ordered that all the survivors of the rebel army who were caught inside the walls of the town were to be slaughtered due to their refusal to surrender. This was meant to be a warning to the other towns, and rebel soldiers at walled garrisons in places like Trim and Dundalk fled upon hearing about this massacre. His next target was Wexford in the southeast of the country, which was an important port from which Irish pirates had been attacking English trade ships. The garrison of soldiers at Wexford prepared to fight, refusing to surrender. However, a rebel officer, scared that another massacre might occur, allowed Cromwell and his army in. Once they got in, Cromwell showed even more brutality than he had in Drogheda. He killed all the rebel soldiers and then he massacred the townspeople of Wexford. Upon hearing this, the towns of New Ross, Youghal in County Cork, Cork City in County Cork, and Kinsale in Cork all surrendered. Kilkenny, the seat of the Confederation of Kilkenny, which was founded in 1642, was also betrayed by a frightened trader who allowed Cromwell in, and Cromwell took the city at the end of March 1650. The last town taken by Cromwell was Clonmel in County Tipperary, where they put up a gallant fight. They actually ended up killing 2,000 of Cromwell's troops, but they were eventually defeated, and the leaders of the defence retreated to Limerick in 1650. 2 weeks later, Cromwell left Ireland, leaving his forces to his son-in-law Henry Ireton. Cromwell had been in Ireland for roughly 9 months, and he had caused massive suffering and death to the country. Ireton and his successor, General Ludlow, cleaned up the rest of the rebel cities. Limerick fell in 1652, and Galway was the last of the towns to fall to the English in May of 1652. 30,000 rebel soldiers were allowed to leave to enlist in countries not at war with England, and the war itself in Ireland was over by 1653. After the campaign, the towns and economy of Ireland were in ruins. Thousands of men and women and children were sold into indentured servitude or a form of slavery to work on the plantations in the Caribbean. This assault on Ireland was very expensive. Cromwell not only had to pay his soldiers, but also he had to pay back the men who had provided loans for the Civil War and the campaign in Ireland. Cromwell believed that a plantation was the best way to raise the money for this, and he also wanted to crush the Catholic religion and punish the rebel leaders. Under the Act of Settlement of 1652, England confiscated 3/4 of the land of Ireland. They confiscated the land of those who had fought against Parliament, and if you couldn't prove your loyalty, then you lost your land also. The dispossessed Irish were transplanted to Connacht in County Clare. The order was to remove themselves, their servants, and their goods to Hell or to Connacht by May 1st in 1651. The land was west of the River Shannon, which we can see here, and there was a mile-wide strip along the River Shannon and the coast of Connacht that only soldiers could settle on. Now, Catholic landlords were removed from this territory, but farmers and labourers were left on the 3/4 that the English had confiscated to work the land. It was at this time that the most detailed map of any country in Europe was drawn up for Ireland by a man called William Petty. He accurately mapped roughly 11 million acres of confiscated land in 22 counties, which was divided between adventurers who had helped pay for the war and soldiers who had fought in it. And this survey is known as the Down Survey, we believe, because the survey was written down. Very original, I know. Now, this was the largest plantation undertaken by the British, and while it failed to wipe out the Catholic religion and make Ireland a loyal part of England, it did have massive and far-reaching effects. There was a massive change in the social structure of the country. In 1641, even after the plantations of Munster, the very successful plantation of Ulster, and the less successful plantations of Laois and Offaly, not to mention the native plantations that had taken place, Catholics still owned 3/5 of the land. However, by 1651, this had been reduced to merely a sixth, and this area was mainly in Connacht. Another consequence was that religious conflict would continue to be a feature of Irish history for over 300 years after these events. As for Oliver Cromwell, he ruled England not as king but as something called Lord Protector until his death in 1658. Upon his death, Parliament decided to return the Royalists to power, and the son of the executed Charles I, Charles II, was restored to power in 1660, and he reigned until 1685. However, controversy reigned again when Charles II's successor, James II, was a Catholic. England and Ireland erupted into war again, with James being removed as king in 1688 and replaced by his Protestant daughter Mary and her husband William of Orange. James came to Ireland for support to try and win back his throne. He and his supporters laid siege to the city of Derry for 105 days. However, they were unable to take the city, thanks to the help of 13 apprentice boys who closed the gates of the walled town in time. In 1689, William's army in Ireland defeated James II's army at the Battle of the Boyne on the 12th of July, ending yet another Irish insurrection. This saw a reintroduction and also an escalation of anti-Catholic and also Presbyterian laws known as the penal laws. Now, the plantations is one of the most important events in shaping the country of Ireland, and it has been struggling with its consequences ever since. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So you guys should now know how Oliver Cromwell ended the war in Ireland. You guys should know the condition of Ireland after the war and the conditions, the plantation that Cromwell introduced. And finally, you guys should know some of the consequences of the Cromwellian plantation. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody, and welcome to the first video in our series of videos on the 1798 Rebellion of Ireland. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes. So by the end of this presentation, you guys should know the three main religious groups in Ireland at the time. You guys should know what the penal laws were and how they affected Catholics and Presbyterians. And finally, you guys should know how the US War of Independence contributed to defending the volunteers and what the volunteers achieved. So in this video we are going to look at what Irish society looked like around the time of the 1798 rebellion and some of the causes of the rebellion. So the last time we looked at Irish history was around the time of the plantations, where the British monarchy tried to replace the Irish with people loyal to the crown. We saw this in the unsuccessful plantations of Laois and Offaly and Munster, and the highly successful plantations of Ulster in 1609. And finally, we saw the traumatic and violent Cromwellian plantations in the 1640s. After these plantations, there were attempts to overthrow English and Protestant rule, especially in the Williamite Wars in the 1690s, where Irish Catholic supporters of King James II were eventually defeated by the Protestant supporters of William of Orange. Now, there were three major groups of people in Ireland during this time before the 1798 rebellion. And the first group was a Protestant elite known as the Protestant Assembly. And these people, they dominated political, economic, and social life at this time. And they all belonged to a specific Protestant church, the Church of England. And these were generally very wealthy people. They were also the only people allowed to vote and be elected to Parliament in Ireland. Parliament in Ireland at the time sat in College Green in Dublin, so Ireland had its own Parliament. Now, the largest group in Ireland, religiously speaking, were the Irish Catholics, who made up the majority of the population. They were discriminated against by the Protestant ascendancy, and this discrimination was enshrined in the penal laws that were introduced after the Catholics' defeat in the Williamite Wars in the 1690s, which we just saw. These laws, they denied Catholics property rights. They couldn't buy land that had belonged to a Protestant. They couldn't vote. They couldn't be elected to Parliament. Couldn't have weapons, and couldn't marry Protestants. They also couldn't have a horse of a greater value than £5. So they were discriminated against in many, many ways. The final group, religious group that we're going to look at, is the Presbyterians. These were another Protestant church who had come from Scotland, but they suffered discrimination under the penal laws too, just like the Catholics. The Protestant ascendancy really were the people in charge. So, like the colonists in America, both the Protestant ascendancy and the Presbyterians began to develop an identity separate from the English, with many now identifying themselves as Irish. Remember, when we were looking at the US War of Independence, the colonists began to see themselves as something other than British, and the Irish were also experiencing this. When the US War of Independence broke out in 1775, many Irish supported the colonists' demands for greater say in taxation and trading rights. However, when the French joined the war with the Treaty of Alliance in 1778, the Irish turned against the colonists because they feared an invasion from France. Now, most of the soldiers in Ireland were actually sent over to America, leaving Ireland defenceless, and all the money in the Irish Parliament all the money that they had collected from taxes was used by the English to fund the war with America and its allies, primarily France. So with no defences and no money and the possibility of an invasion, the Irish, and particularly those in Ulster, they began to raise volunteer forces, simply known as the Irish Volunteers, who drilled and trained themselves. Soon, with the threat of invasion past and over 50,000 armed men in the Volunteers and no British troops on the islands, the Volunteers began to use their position of strength to demand a change in their trade restrictions that had been imposed on them by the English, just as the Americans had done. They wanted to be able to export goods like wool, glass, leather, and other goods directly into the colonies. Remember, everything had to go through Britain. So with no other choice, the English had to give in to these demands. They had no way of countering the Volunteers. And this really is the first step towards rebellion. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now you guys should know the three main religious groups in Ireland. You guys should know what the penal laws were and how they affected Catholics and Presbyterians. And finally, you guys should now know how the US War of Independence contributed to the founding of the Volunteers and what the Volunteers achieved. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody and welcome to the second video in our series of videos on the 1798 Rebellion. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes, so by the end of this presentation you guys should know what the demands of the Duncannon Convention were and what it led to. Second, you guys should know the problems with the reforms of the Irish Parliament. And third, you guys should know who the United Irishmen were, what they wanted, and how they became a radical group. So we ended the last video with the volunteers successfully putting pressure on the British government to give Ireland better trading conditions. Today we were going to look at how this attempt to reform Ireland through Parliament eventually brought about the inception of an organisation of a secret society that was determined to win Irish freedom through physical force. The volunteers were again at the forefront of change in Ireland. In 1782, while the British were still negotiating with America after their defeat, the volunteers arranged a meeting known as the Dungannon Convention, and they wanted to repeal three things. They wanted to repeal a law that allowed Britain to stop the Irish Parliament passing any law they didn't like, known as Poyning's Law. They also wanted another law from 1720 that said that Westminster could pass any law they wanted in Ireland removed. And finally, they called for a relaxation of the penal laws on Catholics and Presbyterians. So two politicians in the Irish Parliament, Henry Grattan and Henry Flood, made these demands in the Parliament. And within weeks, Ireland had total legislative independence, as England could not again withstand the pressure from the volunteers as they were stretched with the war in America. So this meant that England couldn't interfere in making laws in Ireland. It led Henry Grattan to say that Ireland is now a nation. However, one of the biggest disappointments of this is that the Parliament in Dublin was not interested in the type of reform that the people who led the volunteers were. The Parliament mainly represented the wishes of the Protestant ascendancy still. Catholics were not allowed to be elected to Parliament, and they didn't get the vote until the 1790s. And elections were not free, as there was no secret ballot. So this meant people knew who you voted for. So if you didn't vote for somebody who was powerful in the community who would usually be a Protestant landlord, then they could make your life hell for not voting for them. With this failure to reform and the volunteers unwilling to push the issue any further, their influence really began to fade by 1784. However, in 1789, the French Revolution broke out and electrified the nation, particularly the Presbyterians in Belfast, who began to renew their push for Parliament reform so that it would become more representative and emancipation for both the Catholics and Presbyterians would become a reality. However, probably the most famous pamphlet written about Catholic emancipation of the time was by a man who belonged to the Church of England, or the Anglican Church, and this was a man called Theobald Wolfetone. He wrote a pamphlet called An Argument on Behalf of the Catholics of Ireland, in which he argued for emancipation. He was invited to a meeting in Belfast in October of 1791, where a new political group was formed known as the Society of the United Irishmen. They came together. They said that they wanted the complete and radical reform of the representation of the people in Parliament, and also that Irishmen of every religious persuasion should be part of that reform. This organisation was an open and political group, but soon events in Paris would have a big impact in the group. In 1793, in January of 1793, France executed King Louis XVI as the French Revolution became more radical, and war broke out between France and England. England banned all organisations that might cause any unrest in the country, like the United Irishmen. Also around this time, there was a final attempt to fully emancipate the Catholics, and this was led by Henry Grattan, who we met before, and also by the British Prime Minister William Pitt, who saw that Catholic emancipation was necessary to keep Ireland in line. So in 1795, their actions were opposed by the Protestant ascendancy in the Dublin Parliament, and it was defeated in the Parliament. the United Irishmen then turned away from politics to more radical thinking, where they became a secret oath-bound society and started planning an anti-English rebellion and the possibility of an Irish Republic. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now you guys should know what the demands of the Dungannon Convention were and what it led to. You guys should know the problems with the reforms of the Irish Parliament, how it was unrepresentative and excluded Catholics in particular and Presbyterians. And finally, you guys should know who the United Irishmen were, what they wanted, and how they became a radical organisation. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody and welcome to the third video in our series of videos on the 1798 rebellion. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes. So by the end of this presentation, you guys should know the main consequences of the sectarian violence in Ulster. Second, you guys should know details about the planned French invasion and what went wrong. And third, you guys should know what the Insurrection Act was and how this affected Ulster and what it meant to the United Irishmen in the south. Last time we saw how the United Irishmen became a secret oath-bound society focused on rebellion in Ireland due to the circumstances of France and due to the failure of the Irish Parliament to bring in meaningful reforms. One of the leaders of this organisation was Theobald Wolfe-Tone, who we met last time, who wrote on behalf of Catholics, an argument on behalf of the Catholics of Ireland. And in 1795, he was caught talking with a French spy in Dublin, who trying to get help from the French for their planned rebellion. Thanks to his family connections, he wasn't arrested, but he was forced to leave the country. He set sail for America, but soon after he sailed back across the Atlantic in 1796 to France, where he sought their help in finally getting the English out of Ireland. Now, one of the biggest issues that has affected the island of Ireland since the plantations is religious sectarian violence. So this is violence against a different religious group. We saw it manifest in the 1641 rebellion when we looked at the plantations. And although the United Irishmen were trying to bring an end to this sectarianism and have all religions treated equally, there still existed large amounts of sectarian violence, in Ulster in particular. Here we had the Protestant Peapoe Day Boys and the Catholic Defenders, who carried out violent attacks on people of the opposing religion. The violence got so bad in 1795 that the Peapoe Day Boys drove thousands of Catholics out of Ulster, warning them that if they did not leave, they would blow their souls to the low hills of hell. Now, the consequences of these attacks were that the Defender movement then began to spread down to the south, and it also drove members of the Defenders into the secret oath-bound United Society of United Irishmen. Now, back in more international territory, France was still at war with England at this time, and it was at war with most of Europe at this stage. They had developed one of the greatest armies of all time, and they decided to launch an invasion of Ireland in December of 1796. They chose December to avoid the British naval patrols, and the French set sail with a fleet of over 45,000 men on 43 ships under the command of General Hoche. At this time, Britain only had 13,000 troops on the island of Ireland, so they would have been massively outnumbered. The French were due to land at Bantry Bay with Wolfe-Tone on board one of the ships. However, the French fleet was scattered due to terrible weather conditions, with some ships being sunk. Eventually unable to land, the invasion was called off. Now, this led to the British government introducing something called the Insurrection Act in March of 1797. They also set up militias in every county, known as yeomen or the Yeomanry Corps. Now, the volunteers for these militias or the yeomen were primarily Protestant, and they were under the command of General Lake. And under his command, they unleashed a terror on the Irish population. With the Defenders and the United Irishmen, it is believed that about 300,000 men were ready to rise up against the Crown. And General Lake stated that nothing but terror would keep them in order, and terror was the order of the day. They started in Ulster where they seized 5,000 guns in 10 days. They used their spies in the United Irishmen to arrest the leaders of that organisation, and under martial law they executed 50 of those leaders. They didn't try to disarm the Orange Order or the People Day Boys. This was primarily aimed at putting down Catholic friendly organisations. So by the end of 1797, Lake's campaign had destroyed the United Irishman organisation in Belfast. This turned the Southern United Irishmen even more radical, and they began planning an immediate rebellion. However, in March of 1798, 12 leading United Irishmen in Dublin were arrested, and due to the information that was given to them by spies, when they arrested them, they found papers. These secret papers were uncovered, and it became clear that a rebellion was imminent. And in the next video, we will look at the attempts to prevent that from happening and how the flames of revolution still flickered. That brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now, you guys should know the main consequences of the sectarian violence in Ulster. You guys should also know details about the planned French invasion and what went wrong. And third, you guys should know what the Insurrection Act was and how this affected Ulster and what it meant to the United Irishmen in the South. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody, and welcome to the fourth video in our series of videos on the 1798 rebellion. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes, so by the end of this presentation you guys should know methods of torture used by the British and how it led to a rebellion in Wexford. Second, you guys should know how Lord Fitzgerald was captured and how it led to the failure of rebellion in Dublin, Meath and Kildare. And finally, you guys should be able to recount how rebellion in Wexford spread from the hills of Owlert to New Ross. Last time we saw how the United Irishmen in Belfast had been virtually destroyed and how leading United Irishmen in Leinster were arrested, which led to the British finding plots of an Irish rebellion. The British embarked on a campaign of terror against the Croppies. The Croppies was the name they gave to the revolutionaries who had cropped their hair like the French fashion of the French Revolution. They used torture techniques like the triangle, which they tied suspects to and flogged to get information from them. They also carried around gallows and they tortured people by half hanging them until they gave up information. And they also invented a new horrific form of torture called pitch capping, in which they used pitch or tar, which was mixed with gunpowder. It was placed on the suspect's head and set on fire, and the flames wouldn't be put out until the whereabouts of the arms or the information had been revealed. Despite all of this, the leading United Irishman in the country, Lord Edward Fitzgerald, was still free and had planned for the rebellion to take place on the 23rd of May 1798. Fitzgerald had served for the British forces in the US War of Independence, but was now Commander-in-Chief of the Irish rebels. However, 4 days before the rebellion on the 19th of May 1798, Fitzgerald was betrayed and injured and arrested when fighting his way out of a building he was surrounded in. So despite another massive blow to the rebels, on the 23rd of May, the signal that the start of the rebellion had begun in Dublin, Meath and Kildare was given when the mail coaches leaving Dublin were attacked and stopped. However, with no real leadership and a lack of weapons, the rebellion was quickly put down. Here in Dublin, Kildare and Meath, it was quickly put down, and it led to fears from people in Wicklow and Wexford that the atrocities that they heard about would be carried out down where they were prisoners of war, had been killed, and now the people of Wicklow and Wexford were terrified that they would be next. In fact, a group of loyalists, or people loyal to the British around Gorey, known as the Black Mob, led by a man named Hunter Gowan, burned homes, they flogged people to death and tortured people with pitch capping. It is also recorded that Hunter Gowan stirred his drink at a celebration in Gorey with the amputated finger of one of his victims. Terrified people took to the hills of North Wexford. They captured some weapons at Camolan, which would be halfway between Gorey and Enniscorthy, and they set up a base here on Owlert Hill. They were led by Father John Murphy of Bulvogue, whose church had been burned down. The rebels were attacked by the North Cork Yeoman Militia on Owlert Hill on the 27th of May. They had been sent to remove them from the hill, but the militia was defeated with only 4 out of 109 surviving. The rebels came down the hill, gathering numbers along the way, and attacked Enniscorthy, as you can see here on the map. Armed with only pikes, the rebels took the town after fierce fighting at Duffrey Gate. On the 31st of May, the rebels arrived at Wexford town, where they defeated the Meath Yeoman militia at the Three Rocks just outside the town. Once they captured Wexford, they freed the leading United Irishmen in Wexford from Wexford jail, Bagenal Harvey. And it was here in Wexford that the first Irish Republic was declared. A flag bearing Éireann go Bragh was unveiled. The next thing they did was they planned an assault on New Ross to spread the revolution west to Waterford, Kilkenny, and Carlow. So on the 5th of June, the rebels rushed down Corbett Hill outside New Ross, led by John Kelly, who was immortalised in the song The Boy from Killaan, and they attacked the Three Bullet Gates in New Ross. After a day of fighting, the rebels had nearly taken the whole town, but then the exhausted rebels turned to get food and drink and sleep instead of securing the town. The British troops counterattacked, completely surprising the rebels, and defeated them in a brutal fashion. So brutal was the counterattack that a hospital containing 100 injured rebels was burned to the ground. Fortunately, this wasn't the only atrocity of this war, and we will look at further incidents like this in the next video. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So you guys should now know methods of torture used by the British and how it led to rebellion in Wexford. You guys should know how Lord Fitzgerald was captured and how it led to the failure of rebellion in Dublin, Meath and Kildare. And finally, you guys should be able to account how rebellion in Wexford spread from Owlert to New Ross. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody and welcome to the 5th video in our series of videos on the 1798 rebellion. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes, so by the end of this presentation, you guys should know what happened at School of Bogue and Wexford Bridge, you guys should know what happened at Vinegar Hill, and finally, you guys should know what happened to the rebels after Vinegar Hill. The last time we saw the Irish rebels in Wexford, they had just been defeated by the British forces at New Ross. This unfortunately led to two of the worst atrocities of the rebellion. The first happened at a place called School of Bogue just outside of New Ross, where the rebels took out and shot 35 loyalists who weren't fighting in the war without any trial. They then locked a further 100 in a barn, including 20 women and children, and burned it with all the people inside. Another horrific incident which took place at the hands of the rebels happened at Wexford Bridge, where 97 loyalists, or people who were loyal to the British, were taken from custody in jail to the bridge, where they were killed with pikes and their bodies thrown into the river. As for the fortune of the rebels, they were defeated in New Ross on the 5th of June. They attempted to take Arklow, which we see up here, on the 9th of June, moving it up from North Wexford, but were once again defeated. And they were slowly being pushed back until eventually they were pushed to their main camp here on Vinegar Hill in Enniscorthy. This was where the decisive battle in the war was to be. 20,000 rebels, armed mostly with only pikes, came up against 13,000 well-drilled troops under the command of General Lake on the 21st of June. The rebels were no match for the cannons of the British and the well-trained soldiers, and eventually they had to break off. They found the gap here in the British lines, as the British Army commander General Needham wasn't in the correct position, and the rebels were able to retreat. Only about 1,000 of the 20,000 were killed in the Battle of Vinegar Hill. However, Enniscorthy was the scene of another atrocity, as the British this time set fire and burned a hospital full of wounded Irish rebels. The rebel army split at this point, with some moving towards Wicklow, where Michael Dwyer held out in the Wicklow Mountains. Dwyer was to stay in the mountains, launching guerrilla campaigns against the British until 1803. While some of the rebels went to try and spread the rebellion west, Father Murphy, who had helped spark the rebellion at Owlert Hill, was now captured in Carlow and he was hung. This appeared to bring an end to the rebellions in the north of Ireland, which we will look at in the next video, failed at this time too. However, there was to be one more twist in the tale when the French finally arrived on the west coast of Ireland. But Ireland's best chance of success died with the defeat of the Wexford rebels on Vinegar Hill. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now you guys should know what happened at School of Oak and at Wexford Bridge. You guys should also know what happened at Vinegar Hill, which was one of the biggest battles ever fought in Ireland. And finally, you guys should know what happened to the rebels after Vinegar Hill. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video.
Hello everybody and welcome to the 6th video in our series of videos on the 1798 rebellion. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes. So by the end of this presentation, you guys should know who led the rebellion in Antrim and what happened during that rebellion. Second, you guys should know who led the rebellion in Down and what happened there. And finally, you guys should know where the French forces landed and what happened to that French force. So last time we looked at how the rebellion in Wexford ended and some of the atrocities that were committed. Today we are going to look at the outbreak of rebellions in the north of Ireland. Northern Ireland had been the stronghold for the United Irishmen until General Lake's use of terror, where he executed their leaders and disarmed the people of Ulster after the introduction of the Insurrection Act of 1797. However, when news of the success in Wexford at the start of June filtered up to the north of Ireland, the remaining members wanted to join in. The first rebellion took place here in Antrim and was led by a man named Henry Joy McCracken. The rebels realised that Belfast was too well defended to take. It was the second largest garrison of troops in the country, so they decided to attack Antrim town instead. Small towns around the town of Antrim were captured, but McCracken's plans to take Antrim were betrayed by spies. The rebels were defeated in Antrim on the 7th of June, and all the towns of Antrim soon fell after that. However, the following day in County Down, on the 8th of June, another rebellion broke out. There was no leadership at the beginning, but eventually a Scottish merchant named Henry Monroe agreed to lead the rebellion. The British forces burned down all the towns around Ballynahinch until eventually the rebels were pinned down and defeated at the Battle of Ballynahinch. They surrendered on the 13th of June. Monroe was captured 2 days later and he was executed. Henry Joy McCracken, the leader of the rebellion in Antrim, was arrested when he was trying to escape to America in July, and he was also executed. So while the rebellion looked dead and buried, there was one more twist in the story. On the 22nd of August 1798, a French force of 1,000 men under General Humbert landed in Killala Bay in County Mayo, which would be just up here. There was confusion among the Irish speaking people of the West who weren't sure why the French had arrived. The French, they fought quite bravely. At the time, France would have had the best army in the world after years of fighting from the French Revolution against the main powers in Europe. They took Ballina near Killala. They then defeated a much larger British force at Castlebar here. They forced the British to flee, and the British fleeing became known as the Races of Castlebar. However, with the local United Irishmen and defenders completely obliterated, there was little support for the French. So Humbert heard of a rebellion here around Longford and Westmeath and rushed to meet with them. But the British forces were too strong, and the French were had to surrender here at a place called Ballinamuck on the 8th of September 1798 in County Longford. The French were treated well, but the few Irish who joined them were not treated so well. Another French ship landed in Donegal on the 16th of November. Here up in Donegal, as you can see, when the ship landed, it had one of the founding members of the United Irishmen, James Napper Tandy. He walked off the boat, but he was told that the rebellion was over after the French had surrendered in Ballinamuck. So he got back on the boat and they sailed away. So this leaves only the fate of Wolfe Tone and the future of Ireland left to discuss, which we will look at in our next video, which will be our final video on the 1798 rebellion. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now you guys should know who led the rebellion in Antrim and what happened. You guys should know who led the rebellion in Down and what happened. And finally, you guys should know where the French forces landed and what happened to that French force. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody and welcome to the 7th and final video in our series of videos on the 1798 rebellion. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes, so by the end of this presentation you guys should know how Wolfe Tone was captured and what happened to him. Second, you guys should know what happened, what the Act of Union was, and how and why it was passed in the Irish Parliament. And third, you guys should know who Robert Emmet was and what happened with his rebellion. As we saw last time out, the French invasion fleet that landed in Killala Bay was defeated here in Ballinamuck, and then another invasion fleet landed in Donegal, only to find the rebellion was over and to turn around. However, one final invasion fleet reached Lough Swilly here on the 12th of October. This invasion fleet contained 10 French ships. They fought against the British Navy in probably the biggest sea battle in Irish waters, but the French were defeated. Theobald Wolfe Tone, one of the key figures in the United Irishmen, was on board one of these ships, and when the French fleet surrendered, he was arrested. Wolfe Tone was sentenced to be hung as a traitor and denied his wish to be shot as a soldier. He committed suicide instead of being hung as a traitor. William Pitt, the Prime Minister of England, decided that once the rebellion broke out, that the best thing to do was to get rid of the Irish Parliament and to make Ireland part of the British Kingdom, so that it would then be ruled from Westminster in London. He proposed to the now scared Protestant ascendancy that Ireland could be more prosperous and safely ruled from London. And through a series of briberies and propaganda, the British convinced the Irish politicians to vote the Irish Parliament out of existence. Despite desperate attempts by men such as Henry Grattan, the Act of Union was passed in August of 1800, which brought Ireland under direct control of Britain. The Parliament and College Green closed forever, and the Act of Union came into place in January 1801. There were promises of Catholic emancipation given if the Parliament voted itself out of existence, but King George II refused to implement these promises of Catholic emancipation. There was one more attempt at rebellion. This happened in 1803. Robert Emmet revived the United Irishmen after the 1798 rebellion. He organised it so secretly that the government officials had no idea that he had reorganised the organisation and that he was now planning his own rebellion. He made an impressive amount of weapons. He was a bit of a genius. He designed rockets and defences against cavalry charges and created his own hand grenades. Unfortunately, a massive explosion at one of the depots where he was making his weapons led to their cover being blown. The next week, on the 23rd of July, after the explosion at the depot, Emmett launched his rebellion. However, the numbers of men expected to join never materialized, they never showed up, and the rebellion really descended into more of a drunken riot uh, than anything else. A month later, Emmett was arrested. He was sentenced to death, and he famously said at his trial, "Let no man write my epitaph. When my country takes her place among the nations of earth, then let my epitaph be written." So he said his life and his death wasn't over until Ireland was free. So the 1798 rebellion ultimately was a failure, as was Robert Emmet's rebellion in 1803. But it marked the first time that Ireland had an organised physical response to the British throughout the country. It would take another 120 years and many failed rebellions, but eventually this physical response, this organized physical attacks on the British would help earn Ireland its freedom. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now you guys should know how Wolfe Tone was captured and what happened to him. You guys should know what the Act of Union was and how and why it was passed in the Irish Parliament. And finally, you guys should know who Robert Emmet was and what happened with his rebellion. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody and welcome to the first video in our series of videos on the parliamentary tradition in Irish politics in the 19th century. And today we're going to be looking at Daniel O'Connell and the fight for emancipation. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes. So by the end of this presentation, you guys should know what Catholic emancipation was. You guys should know what the Catholic Association was, its methods and how it raised money. And finally, you guys should know why the Waterford election in 1826 was so important. So today we will be looking at the first of our two main figures from the era of the 19th century, Daniel O'Connell. But before we begin looking at O'Connell and his movement for Catholic emancipation, we need to refresh ourselves on what happened in Ireland prior to his emergence on the political stage. So remember, after the 1798 rebellion, the British government had passed the Act of Union, meaning that the Irish Parliament, which sat in College Green in Dublin, was to be closed, and Ireland would be ruled directly from Westminster, where the British government sat. The Act of Union was brought in because the British felt that a Protestant ascendancy, remember these were the wealthy Church of Ireland or Anglican nobles who lived in Ireland and who dominated the political and social economic life in Ireland. They believed that these guys had failed in ruling the country. However, after the Act of Union, life stayed much the same for the Protestant ascendancy. While there were some attempts at reform by Robert Peel, who was the Chief Secretary in Ireland, which meant that he was the representative of the British Parliament. These reforms didn't deal with the biggest political issue of the time, Catholic emancipation. This was still denied to the Catholics. So remember, Catholic emancipation basically meant freeing the Catholics of Ireland from the unfair penal laws. Remember from our study of the 1798 rebellion that the penal laws were a series of discriminatory laws against Catholics and Presbyterian laws. And though many of these penal laws had been removed by this point, Catholics still didn't have the right to sit in Parliament and had to pay a tithe to the Church of England, or the Anglican Church. Henry Grattan, who had done so much for Catholic emancipation before 1798, died in 1820 without getting these last discriminatory laws removed. So the job would fall to a successful lawyer named Daniel O'Connell. And in 1823, O'Connell
a Catholic himself who had been campaigning for Catholic emancipation, decided to make one more effort to break the government's resistance to granting Catholic emancipation. So in 1823, he established the Catholic Association, which was set up explicitly to try to unite all the different groups seeking emancipation into one organised organisation. O'Connell had a very clear and specific idea of how he wished to achieve this goal. O'Connell was a pacifist, meaning that he didn't believe in using violence to achieve his goals. O'Connell had been in France in 1793 and seen the violence that led to the execution of Louis XVI. He had seen the horrors of the 1798 rebellion, from the terror of General Lake to the sectarian violence of the Defenders, the People-Day Boys in the Orange Order, and the reprehensible massacres at Scullabogue and Wexford Bridge. And he believed that violence creates more evils than they cure and leave the country worse than it was. So O'Connell opened the Catholic Association to anyone who could contribute any money. He realised that people would have a stronger sense of belonging if they contributed towards it, no matter how small the amount that they actually contributed was. The Catholic priests began collecting money after Mass, and within the first year, £20,000 had been raised, which was just a huge amount of money for this time. And this money became known as the Catholic rent. The money was used to pay legal expenses, it was used to organise petitions towards governments and local governments. It was even used to buy school books for poor children. The British government was horrified by this national movement, this organised national movement, and had it banned in the spring of 1825. They also banned the Orange Order, just so that it wouldn't appear that it was a biased act. O'Connell, who refused to break the law in pursuit of his goal, founded a new Catholic association that was within the provisions of the law. When there was an election called in 1826, the Catholic Association attempted to try to get a supporter of Catholic emancipation elected. This was no easy task. It was made even harder by the fact that only people with farms worth more than 40 shillings could vote. These were known as the 40 shilling holders, and there was no such thing as secret ballots. This meant that if you voted against the local Protestant landlord, who was the usual candidate for Westminster, he would know and would evict the tenant farmer. However, with the support of O'Connell, Henry Villiers Stewart, a pro-Catholic emancipation candidate, was elected in Waterford over the wealthy landlord George Beresford. Other pro-Catholic emancipation candidates won the elections in Monaghan, Louth and Westmeath. Now, tenant farmers were evicted for their votes, but O'Connell and the Catholic Association used that Catholic rent that they had been collected to help those farmers evicted. This was a giant step towards Catholic emancipation, and we will look at how Catholic emancipation was achieved in the next video. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now, you guys should know what Catholic emancipation was. You guys should know what the Catholic Association was, its methods and how it raised money. And finally, you guys should know why the Waterford election in 1826 was so important. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody and welcome to the second video in our series of videos on the parliamentary tradition in Ireland in the 19th century. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes. So by the end of this presentation, you guys should know how O'Connell helped to achieve Catholic emancipation. You guys should know some of the reforms that O'Connell worked on in the 1830s when he was in Parliament. And finally, you guys should know what the Tithe War was and how it escalated. So today we will again be looking at Daniel O'Connell, and this time we will look at how he successfully attained Catholic emancipation, his work in the Parliament of Westminster, and also we will look at the Tithe War. So with the growing calls for Catholic emancipation becoming deafening, British Prime Ministers failed to get a handle on the issue as O'Connell continued to operate within the law and lead his mass movement. Eventually, the Duke of Wellington, who was the hero of Waterloo, was appointed Prime Minister by the King, King George IV, to deal with O'Connell and the Catholic Association. However, in 1828, O'Connell
O'Connell took the step of running for election for Westminster as MP, or Member of Parliament, in County Clare against a man called William Vesey Fitzgerald, who was a close ally of the Duke of Wellington. He was wanting to appoint him to the Board of Trade. O'Connell pointed out that he was within his rights to seek election in Westminster. It was just that once elected, all MPs had to take an oath denouncing Catholicism, which O'Connell said he would never do. But he said he was within his rights and within the law to actually run for election. The people of Clare elected O'Connell by a large majority. Many were evicted for this act of betrayal, as it was seen by the local landlords. However, the Catholic rent was used to support them. Eventually, Westminster had to give in, and in April of 1829, the Emancipation Bill became law, and O'Connell earned the nickname the Liberator. With emancipation secured, O'Connell looked towards the next objective, the repeal of the Act of Union from 1800. Remember, this was the law that had tied Ireland to Britain, and he was looking for the re-establishment also of the Irish Parliament. However, O'Connell was willing to wait to see if the Union could bring the reforms Ireland needed. O'Connell threw himself into his work at Westminster. Now remember, Britain was at the height of the Industrial Revolution at this point. And O'Connell decided it really needed massive reform. And O'Connell and his fellow MPs, or his followers, who were also MPs, worked with the government in Britain, which was led by a group or political party known as the Whigs, to try and help through the reform that was needed. And they were kind of fighting against or opposed by the other major British party, which was the Conservative Party, also known as the Tories. So the much needed Great Reform Act of 1832 was passed. O'Connell was also instrumental in the work done on the Slavery Abolition Act in 1833, which abolished slavery in England. He was looked upon as a hero by Frederick Douglass, the man pictured here. Douglass was a former American slave who had escaped, who had come to Europe in 1845 to spread his story and the story of how African American slaves were being treated. He looked upon O'Connell and his great work and saw O'Connell as a hero. O'Connell also campaigned for Jewish emancipation in Britain at this time. Now, we've seen how O'Connell mobilised the masses to remove the last of the hated penal laws. However, there was another aspect of British rule that was hated just as much, and this was the tithe. Now, the tithe was that 1/10 of what was produced on the land went to the upkeep of the Anglican or Church of Ireland churches. It didn't matter what religion you were, it didn't matter if you were Catholic or if you were Presbyterian, you had to pay the tithe to the established church. The established church was the Anglican Church or the Church of Ireland. However, some of the farmers of Ireland decided to stop paying the tithe, sparking something called the Tithe War in 1830. Over 240 people were murdered during this campaign, with over 300 attempted murders. So farmers would have their cattle taken for refusal to pay the tithe, but they stopped anybody from bidding on the repossessed cows through intimidation. Now, this intimidation inevitably led to violence. For example, in Newtownbarry in County Wexford, during a tithe sale, no bidders could be found, and the yeomen, remember we met these in the 1798 rebellion, these were the local militia who were loyal to the British. They were generally Protestant also. The yeomen, they opened fire on the crowd and they killed 14 people. In 1832, the British government attempted to suppress the farmers in the tithe war by imposing large fines and prison sentences. But they also realised that they had to give concessions too, and they cut the cost of the established church by consolidating the diocese. Finally, in 1838, to try to bring an end to the tithe war that was still raging on, O'Connell finally had the tithe reduced by 25%. The war for now seemed to be over, but the issue was not resolved. And O'Connell now looked towards the next big issue, which we will look at in our next video, and that is the repeal of the Union. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So you guys should now know how O'Connell achieved emancipation. You guys should know some of the reforms O'Connell worked on in the 1830s. And finally, you guys should know what the tithe war was and how it de-escalated. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video.
Hello everybody and welcome to the third video in our series of videos on the parliamentary tradition in Ireland in the 19th century. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes, so by the end of this presentation you guys should know why Daniel O'Connell launched the repeal movement and how it worked. You guys should then know why the repeal movement failed, and finally you guys should know 4 consequences of O'Connell's work. So today we will follow Daniel O'Connell through his ultimately unsuccessful attempts to repeal the Act of Union that led to the elimination of the Irish Parliament in College Green. So in the last video we saw how O'Connell was waiting to see if the Parliament in Westminster could deliver the reforms that were desperately needed in Ireland. But by 1838 O'Connell was sure that this was impossible, as he decried the passage of the Poor Laws in 1838 that ignored the needs of Ireland. Remember, it was these poor laws that set up the notorious workhouses that would become places of horror during the famine that was to break out in 1845. In really at the beginning of 1840, O'Connell decided to make a much bigger push for repeal. Remember, repeal in its simplest terms meant to get rid of or repeal the Act of Union of 1801 that made Ireland part of the United Kingdom, and it got rid of Ireland's Parliament. He attempted to launch the repeal movement in Belfast, but he found very little support there. The reason for this is because Belfast was becoming an increasingly wealthy city thanks to the development of its industries during this age of industrial revolution. And since the establishment of the Union, Belfast had become richer and therefore didn't want to repeal the Union, which was benefiting them so much. However, O'Connell found massive support throughout the rest of the country. The repeal movement was organised along similar lines to the emancipation movement that he had led in the 1820s. Once again, the peasantry contributed money towards the movement, with the collected money being known as the repeal rent. The movement took a while to get going, but thanks to O'Connell's hard work and support from younger idealists, the movement eventually took off. The most famous aspect or part of this movement were O'Connell's monster meetings. These were huge rallies that would be attended by over 100,000 people. Reports of the largest meeting at the Hill of Tara on the 15th of August 1843 put the number of people present at close to 1 million people. These meetings were entirely peaceful. Now, peaceful meetings of such an enormous size, these were unheard of in other parts of Europe, and it took a huge amount of planning and organisation to keep these huge demonstrations peaceful and orderly. O'Connell then had planned the largest of the monster meetings to take place at Clontarf in October of 1843. Throughout the year of 1843, he had had over 40 monster meetings, and this meeting at Clontarf was to be the pinnacle of the monster meeting movement. However, the British government grew worried at the size of these meetings and feared that a rebellion would break out. So the day before the meeting was due to take place, word came to O'Connell that the meeting was deemed to be an illegal assembly. And O'Connell, remember, who was always keen to stay within the confines of the law so as not to spark scenes of violence, called off the meeting. However, in May of 1844, O'Connell was imprisoned for organising the illegal meeting. O'Connell was eventually released in September. However, the movement never reclaimed its momentum, even though O'Connell did hold large monster meetings in 1845. So why did this massive movement lose its momentum? There are 2 real reasons that it happened. First of all, there was a split within the repeal movement. There was a lack of unity. Whereas the Catholic Association had maintained unity, the repeal movement could not. Remember those younger idealists who helped to drive on this association? They became disillusioned with O'Connell. In particular, there was a group known as the Young Irelanders, led by people like Charles Gavin Duffy, Thomas Davis, and John Blake Dillon. These guys really got people behind it with their newspaper, The Nation, and really pushed that repeal movement. But they were putting in more radical ideas that were now and now they were unhappy at how O'Connell had called off the monster meeting at Clontarf. They were also very unhappy about the overly Catholic nature of O'Connell's rhetoric, believing that all religions of the country needed to be united, not just for it to be a Catholic movement. The other big thing that stopped the movement reigniting was, of course, the coming of the famine of 1845. We have a whole series on the videos of the famine, and we know the impact that that has had on Irish society, and that came in 1845 as attempts to try to get the repeal movement up again was started. So O'Connell himself, he died in 1847, never having achieved the repeal of the Union. However, his work had massive impact on Irish society. So first of all, his work, obviously in the Emancipation movement, led to the eventual disestablishment of the Church of England, of Ireland, or the Anglican Church, from its privileged position. Remember, he got the Emancipation, and now he got the Church disestablished as well. He also, his work in Parliament would go on to inspire people like Charles Stewart Parnell, who we will be looking at in our next set of videos. It showed that you could achieve real reform in Ireland through engaging in politics in Westminster without the use of violence, or rebellion, or war. Also, his pacifist tactics would be seen as an inspiration throughout the world, and that would influence the likes of people like Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King to use similar tactics. O'Connell is attributed with the phrase, "Liberty is not worth the shedding of a single drop of blood," really showing his pacifist ideas. However, there was a pretty negative consequence of O'Connell's movement, which was that as the Catholics became more organised, it pushed their former allies, the Presbyterians. Remember, many of the leaders of the United Irishmen of 1798 had been Presbyterians, people like Wolfe Tone. But the Presbyterians now moved closer to the Anglican Church, fearing that they would again be overruled by the Catholic Church. And this would eventually lead to, as we will see with Home Rule, the change in Irish politics from being about either a liberal policy or a conservative policy to being about whether you were for Ireland being its own nation, being a nationalist, or for maintaining the union with England and being a unionist. And this would be the most important aspect of political life. The other consequence of O'Connell's work was that frustration at O'Connell's tactics and the horrors of the famine led to that group we were talking about, the young idealists, the Young Irelanders they were called, launching this unsuccessful rebellion known as the Young Irelanders Rebellion in 1848. And this would be used as a rallying call for later Irish revolutionaries who wanted to try to gain independence through violence. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now you guys should know why O'Connell launched the repeal movement and how it worked. You guys should know why the repeal movement failed. And finally, you guys should know at least 4 consequences of O'Connell's work, both good and bad. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody, and welcome to our first video in our series of videos on the famine from 1845 to 1851. Today we are going to look at life in Ireland before the famine and some of the causes of the famine. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes. So by the end of this presentation, you should know the different groups of people who lived on the land at the time of the famine. You should know 2 facts about a workhouse, and you should know 4 causes of the Great Famine. So what did Ireland look like before the famine? One of the big things about Ireland was that it experienced a massive population growth between 1801 and 1841. So the population at 1801 was 5 million, in 1841 it was 8.2 million. If you look at today's population of this industrialized country, the population of the Republic of Ireland is about 4.7 million. The population of Northern Ireland is about 1.8 million. So that's a total of about 6.5 million on this whole island. So it was substantially more than we have now. So this was a growth between 1801 and 1841 of 3.2 million people. The majority of these people lived in the countryside. only 3 cities had populations bigger than 50,000: Dublin, Cork, and Belfast. 50,000 today would be a town, um, with the suburbs around it. So that there were only 3 cities with a population of bigger than 50,000 shows that the vast majority of these 8.2 million people lived in the countryside. And if you live in the countryside, there is very limited work other than work on the land. So, who were all these people who lived in the countryside? The first group we look at are the landlords. So there were about 20,000 large landlords who owned most of the land in Ireland. These guys could have estates from 70,000 acres to 80,000 acres, but the majority would be about 2,000 to 4,000 kind of acres. To give you an idea of how much an acre is, it's about the size of a soccer field. A soccer field is just over an acre. So if you have an estate of 70,000, that is 70,000 soccer fields. Okay. Um, a lot of these landlords would have been what we would call an absentee landlord. They would have lived in Dublin, or they would have lived over in England, and they would have had an agent to take care of their affairs. They would have no idea about what was happening on the land, who their tenants were. They wouldn't have cared who they were. Not all of them were absentee landlords. Some of them did live on the land, and they would usually live in a country house known as the big house. So everyone in the locality would call this the big house, because this was where kind of the boss was, the rich landlord would be. An example of a house in your locality that would look like the big house would be Wells House. If any of you have been there, that kind of thing, a big estate, something like that. Now, sometimes landlords would work through middlemen. So the estates were so large that they sometimes employed these middlemen. And the middlemen would offer to pay them a certain amount for the land, and then they would sublet it to kind of tenant farmers. The middleman is always going to try to get as much money from the people he is renting to as possible. He's always going to try to maximize his profits. So he has a fixed price with the landlord, and then he's trying to get as much money out of the tenant farmers as he's like. There are no rights movements at the time, there's no rights groups. So what he says you have to pay, you have to pay. Otherwise, you have to find somewhere else to support your family. So he would rent to people that are called tenant farmers. And again, these are broke up into 2 groups. You had large farmers and you had small farmers. The large farmers were generally quite well off. They would have land with about 30 acres or more. They'd have enough land and enough money they could hire labourers to help them. They lived quite comfortably in 2-story houses, and their children would usually receive an education of some sort. Other than them, we would have the small farmers, and these people would subsist on lands that were 30 acres to 5 acres, somewhere in between there. They would usually live in small, kind of thatched cottages. They would grow wheat and barley, these crops, and they would sell them on, and that's how they would pay their rent. And then they would grow potatoes as their source of food. The next kind of group of people we look at are the cottiers. So the cottiers would rent a small plot of land from a tenant farmer, usually an acre. This was known as a con acre. So what they would do is they would work for the tenant farmer as a labourer, help him in any jobs he needed done around the farm, and then he'd have his own plot of land where he could grow his own food to support himself and his family. Finally, we had the landless labourers. These were the most vulnerable of people, and when the Great Famine comes, these are the people who are going to be hit first. They would have no work in winter. Sometimes they would rent rooms in a lodging house, or they'd live in mud cabins outside of the town, and pick up work whenever they could. Some of them travelled around, and they'd go around looking for work, and these people were called spalpeens. So just to kind of give you a visual on how this system worked, you'd have the landlord on top. He might rent to the middleman. The middleman would then divide the land up, and he would have large tenants or small tenant farmers. The large tenant farmer then would sometimes He could employ a cottier, so he'd give him an acre or a conacre of land. He could maybe get in some spalpeens for some seasonal work, or some landless labourers for some seasonal work. Small tenant farmers could sometimes employ spalpeens or landless labourers as well. They usually wouldn't employ cottiers because to give up an acre of land would be a lot for them. So again, just to give you a visual, so imagine this is the landlord's land. What will happen then is he is going to rent it out to some large tenant farmers, and they will get these kind of big fields and estates, as you can see here. Then what happens is they would rent it out to these smaller plots of land to small tenants, and that would be the way it would be set up. Also, a large tenant then might give a little bit of land here to a cottier. So that should give us an idea of kind of the people who lived on the land and how they lived. What we're going to move on to now is we're going to look at the workhouses and poverty. So even before the famine, Ireland was a desperately poor country. We talked about the three cities of Belfast, Cork, and Dublin, and Belfast was really the only one of these that had any kind of industry. You would have studied the Industrial Revolution, and Dublin and Cork would have been very far behind in the Industrial Revolution at this time, whereas Belfast mainly traded with Britain, so its markets were in Britain, so it became industrialised a bit quicker. They reckon 7 out of 10 families didn't have enough food. Like 70% of the population did not have enough food. This led to 1.5 million Irish people emigrating even before the famine. So if you take that 1.5 million people along with the 8.2 million people, that is a lot of Irish people. And another thing is the potato crop had failed many times before the Great Famine. There were many years where the potato crop rotted and it didn't work in the 1820s and the 1830s. So this great potato famine, it didn't come out of nowhere. There had been warnings all along. One of the ways that they tried to deal with this poverty was to set up this thing called the Poor Laws in 1838. If you remember from your 1798 rebellion, after the 1798 rebellion, there was a thing called the Act of Parliament, or the Act of Union. Sorry, the Act of Union. Act of Parliament is a different thing. The Act of Union was set up in 1801, where Ireland no longer had their own government. So any decisions about Ireland were made in London, in Westminster. So in 1838, they brought in this poor law thing that set up 130 of these workhouses. So the workhouses were established in 1838 under the poor law. The first ones were opened in 1841. They were horrific places. They made conditions deliberately terrible to discourage anybody from going there. They did not want people taking advantage of this. The people who would usually go there would be people who's maybe were evicted from their farm. Maybe their potato crop failed. As I said, it had failed many times before this. And when you went there, you were separated out from your family. Fathers went one place, children went one place, mothers went another place. And they would be kept in separate places and wouldn't get to see each other. The work there was terrible, of absolutely no meaning at all. They didn't want the workhouses to stop compete with any of the local industries, so they might do stuff like breaking rocks for roads, grinding corn sometimes, but nothing that would give any kind of self-worth to anybody. So now we're going to move on to the causes of the famine. We usually have 4 main causes of the famine. We go with the rise in population, the subdivision of land, over-dependence on the potato, and the actual potato blight. So the rise in population. So as the population grew, people became poorer. We talked about how big that rise was, but as it grew, people became poorer. There was less land and less food to go around. The next thing we look at is subdivision. So if we take our example of what farmers, landlords plot of land might look like. What happened was small farmers would want to leave land to their sons. They would want to give land as a dowry for their daughters. So as they did this, their plots of land became smaller. As you can see here, so the land gets divided and divided. And as the farms became smaller, the farmers became poorer. The next thing we talk about is the overdependence on the potato. Again, linking back in, if you remember from your age of exploration, one of the big things that happened with the age of exploration was that all this nutritious food came over from South America. We talked about the population growth in Ireland. The potato is a big reason for this population growth. Throughout Europe at this time, as Europe is becoming the most powerful continent on the planet, it is because they are able to feed people with foods like potatoes, which are nutritious and they're full of vitamin C, things that people need to keep themselves alive. The men in Ireland ate up to 5 to 6 kilos of potatoes a day. If you go to a supermarket and you look at how big a 5 kilo bag of potatoes is, you will be surprised at how many potatoes that actually is. They ate them for breakfast, for dinner, and for supper. Another reason that the potato was so popular is that in a small plot of land you could get a lot of food that would feed a family. The final cause of the famine was the blight. This is a disease that attacks and it rots potatoes. The potato might look fine on the inside, but when you open it up, it's all a mush, and if you try to eat it, you will vomit. So the food becomes completely inedible. We will look further at these causes in relation to the famine next time. But just to recap, what you should have gotten from this video is you should know the different groups of people who lived on the land at the time of the famine. So we had the landlords, the middlemen, the large tenant farmers, small tenant farmers, your cottiers, your spalpeens, your landless labourers. You should know 2 facts about a workhouse. So, for example, that families were divided when they went in. The work was quite meaningless. It was set up from the poor laws, and it was deliberately a horrible place to discourage people from going there. And then you should know your 4 causes of the Great Famine. So again, we had the rise in population, we had the subdivision of land, the overdependence on the potato, and the potato blight. So hope you guys have got some good information from this. Thanks for watching. Hello everybody and welcome to our second video in our series of videos on the Great Famine from 1845 to 1851. Today what we're going to be looking at is the course of the famine and some of the government's responses to this massive crisis that was happening in Ireland. As always, we start with our learning outcomes. So by the end of the video you should know 2 government responses to the failure of the potato crop in Ireland in 1845. We'll come across a term called laissez-faire. You should know what laissez-faire means. And third, you should know 2 government responses to the crisis in 1847. So we're going to be looking at how they responded between 1845 and 1847 to this humanitarian crisis. Last time we looked at the causes of the famine. So we saw there was a rise in population. We saw the subdivision of the land was becoming an issue. We saw that there was this over dependence on the potato, and we talked about the potato blight. To remind you, this potato blight is a disease that attacks and rots potatoes. The inside becomes black and it is completely inedible. So what we're going to look at is we're going to look at how the potato blight progressed throughout the country. So the first signs of the potato blight happened in 1845. All the potatoes that had been planted early were okay, but any potatoes that had been planted later, there was a huge amount of them were destroyed. A third of the entire crop was destroyed. This was a massive problem, as potatoes were the main food source for everybody, and in some cases the only food source for people. A third of the crop being destroyed is quite devastating. In 1846 it got worse. The entire crop was destroyed. It was inedible. So now all these people who had been eating 5-6 kilos of potatoes a day, they had nothing to sustain themselves. In 1847 less potatoes were destroyed, but less had been planted because people had been so desperately hungry in 1846. They had eaten a lot of the seeds. They had also less people to work and to plant the potatoes. So while the blight wasn't as bad, the harvest was bad because there wasn't as much planted. In 1848, again, 3/4 of the crop destroyed. Not quite as much as the entire crop, but still a large amount. In 1849, the blight was less severe, but still did huge damage. And the same again in 1850. It's quite similar to 1845. So as you can see, over those 6 years, the potato was not growing in this country. So how did the government respond? In 1845, the Prime Minister of England was known as Sir Robert Peel. He decided to import about €127,000 worth of maize, about £100,000, probably an easier number to remember. So maize is corn, but the Irish couldn't cook it, and there were only 2 mills in the whole country capable of grinding the corn. So it became known as Peel's brimstone because people couldn't eat this food that was supposed to help them. Now, without getting into too many of the details, Peel did realise that this had the potential to be a terrible catastrophe to Ireland. However, when massive deaths weren't reported back in England in this first potato crop failure, people thought he had been too fast to act and he was handing out charity which he shouldn't have handed out. And despite people not being able to really cook this stuff, this idea did ensure that conditions didn't get too bad in 1845. Another thing that he did was he set up public work schemes. So this was where men would go and they would build roads and work on piers to earn money because the government wouldn't give out charity. The Victorians were quite funny in their views on and we will talk about that in a second, on what charity was and how receiving charity was a bad thing. But they saw this as an opportunity. You will work and you will earn your money. So this was their way of giving out charity. People had to work. And many of them ended up building these famine roads that went from nowhere to nowhere. You would think that people would kind of respond in a better way, but in 1846, Robert Peel was replaced as Prime Minister by this man here, Lord John Russell. And Lord John Russell believed that Ireland should not get any charity. So he stopped importing maize. The food sources that came in were now not coming in. He believed in this thing called laissez-faire policy, and he expanded the public work schemes. So what is laissez-faire? This is one of our learning outcomes. The government of Britain didn't believe that they should be getting involved in people's day-to-day lives and that things naturally work themselves out. They believed that it would be unethical for the government to intervene and that helping the poor would only make them lazy and dependent. This is a shocking attitude by today's standards, what we might call blaming the victim. But it is really indicative of the thought process that was going on in Britain, despite the reports coming back about the deadly diseases, the deadly conditions that people were living in. Now, the man in charge of handing out relief for the Irish was a civil servant known as Sir Charles Trevelyan. And he believed that what was happening was divine intervention, that this was God weeding out the bad. We talked about the plantations and the desire to spread British culture, kill off the Irish language, and make the people of Ireland good British subjects. Well, here was an opportunity for these people. They could see all these disloyal, backward Irish being killed, and this was God's sign that they should die and that the people who survived would become good British citizens and we could educate them in the British way. Because things were so bad, they did have to act. it was such a huge crisis after the entire crop failed in 1846 that they expanded the public work schemes. So these were enlarged, and 3/4 of a million people were employed in these schemes. The problem with this is that they had to work, and it was based on performance. So it wasn't just you showed up to work and you got money. You had to have hit a certain amount of targets to get your money. But if you have not eaten and you had to walk 10 miles to where the famine road is being constructed, or 20 miles, by the time you get there, you are not going to be a very productive person. So many people were just died on the side of these roads that they were constructing, trying in some way to get some food. Um, Now, there were not all bad people here. The Quakers, or the Societies of Friends, they began to set up soup kitchens in 1846. So this was a private religion that set up soup kitchens in a few areas. One of them being actually in Escorty in Wexford. But the problem with this was that the Quakers themselves were a very small minority within the Irish population. So they could only set up in a very limited amount of areas. However, it did inspire the Soup Kitchen Act of 1847. 1847 is known as Black 47 because things got so bad. We'll talk a little bit about that in our next video, but just that the government then did bring in the Soup Kitchen Act of 1847. We talked in the last video about workhouses. So these were basically like prisons that kept people in there, and your family would be separated from you, and you would be doing meaningless work, such as breaking rocks for these famine roads that are being built. So we talked about there being over 130 workhouses in the country. They were only meant to have space for the 100,000 people, but things were so bad they crammed 200,000 people into the workhouses. We're going to be looking at disease next week, which was a bigger killer than starvation. And conditions like this, where you are cramming people in, are where disease really spreads. Things were so bad in the workhouse that eventually, in 1848 it was, they eventually brought in this thing called outdoor relief. So there was an extra million people looking for food. So the government set up outdoor relief, which were these outdoor soup kitchens. People didn't have a place to sleep, but there was outside, there was a place where they could get food. And they reckon up to a million people would avail of this outdoor relief policy. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So you should know two government responses to the failure of the potato crop in Ireland in 1845. So we're looking at the Indian corn, or Peel's brimstone. We're looking at the setting up of public works. We're talking about laissez-faire. So again, laissez-faire believes that the government shouldn't interfere and these things will correct themselves. And finally, you should know two responses in 1847. So as things got worse, we saw the workhouses were really bulging with people. We saw that public works schemes were set up again, and we saw the beginning of the soup kitchens and the Soup Kitchen Act coming in. Hope you learned a bit from this presentation, and I look forward to seeing you in class. Hello everybody, and welcome to our third and final video in our series of videos on the famine. So we have looked at what Ireland was like prior to the time of the famine. We've looked at the causes of the famine, and we've looked at the British government's responses to the famine. So, as always with today's learning outcomes, by the end of this, you should know how many people died and emigrated during the famine. You should know what coffin ships and the diaspora are, and you should know 3 consequences of the famine. So we looked at the failure of the potato crop in the last video, and this led to mass starvation. We talked about people collapsing and dying on the side of the road at these public work schemes. But something that killed even more than starvation was diseases. Without the potato, a lot of people suffered from scurvy because of a lack of vitamin C. You guys might have encountered scurvy in your studies on the age of exploration. This is a very unpleasant disease, and in some cases can lead to death. But the big killers were typhus and relapsing fever or yellow fever. We talked about how the workhouses were crammed, and we talked about the millions of people huddled around getting outdoor relief in 1848, and people getting um, soup from the soup kitchens. And these are the conditions where disease spreads like wildfire. Add to this the fact that when people died, uh, the other people were too weak and sick to bury them properly, and you get an idea of just how hellish it was at this time. Overall, it's believed over 1 million people died in this country during the famine. As well as the devastation of the deaths from disease and starvation was the tragedy of Irish emigration. So to emigrate is to leave your country. Now, emigration had become a big part of Irish life well before the famine. We talked about the rise in population that Ireland experienced, largely due to the potato and people having a food source. Well, in the 30-year period between 1815 and 1845, around 1.5 million Irish emigrated, with the United States, Canada, Britain, and Australia being among the destinations. Some Irish even went to fight in the uh, South American Wars of Independence. But primarily, of that 1.5 million, they reckon about a million went to North America and about 500,000 went to Britain. At this time, they would hold what were known as American wakes. So when people left for North America, it was assumed that they weren't coming back. They didn't have phones, didn't have photos that they could carry with them or anything like that. So when they were leaving, this would be the last time they would probably ever see their parents or an image of their parents. And it was the same for the parents. When the child was leaving, they would pack the village would pack up all the things, and it was like a funeral. Um, However, as things worsened, the emigration rate really exploded. Between 1845 and 1850, 1 million people emigrated from Ireland, with a further million leaving in the following 10 years as a result of the famine. So between 1850 and 1860, another million had to emigrate because they couldn't be sustained here. In 1847 alone, 250,000 people left. That is a huge number. Now, those who could afford to get on a boat to North America um, would have got a ticket like this. This is from the quay in New Ross. As you can see here, this is the Dunbrody. There is a rebuilt ship of the Dunbrody down in New Ross that you can go and visit. You can see here the passengers who were on the ship. In there are their ages 21, 23, and as young as 15. As you can see, there's no parent going there. These are the young children being sent off. Okay, and you can see here this was in on the 18th of March 1849. It's a fantastic primary source, just to show what the tickets that these people would have bought looked like. To get to America was quite expensive. So those who were the poorest of the poor couldn't even afford to run from this country. We talk about emigration. What we're really talking about is kind of a flight. People getting out before the bomb goes off almost. And some people could afford this and went to places like New York and Australia and Britain and Canada. Um, the people who did leave and went to North America, they regularly traveled on these notorious coffin ships. This is the actual rebuilt replica of the Dunbrody coffin ship that would have left from New Ross. Now, many of these ships, they were not designed for people. They were designed to ship cargo. They would bring timber from Canada, and they would bring over timber, and on the way back, they would bring back people. People were crammed into the ships, and disease spread again here like wildfire. You can see from the artistic renderings here the amount of people that are on the boat, all these people huddled together. They reckon that with little food and little water and with disease spreading, around a third of all the people on these coffin ships died. It's even said that sharks were known to follow ships due to the amount of bodies that were being thrown overboard. There's also stories of Irish people deliberately committing crimes so that they would be put on a ship to Australia and sent to a penal colony. People were so desperate to leave this country, it was so ravaged with hunger and disease that people would commit crimes in the hope that they would be sent to prison in Australia. So now we're going to have a look at the results of the famine. So what were the major results of the famine? Obviously, there was a decline in population. Between 1845 and 1850, Ireland's population fell by over 2 million. 1 million people dead and 1 million emigrated. This trend of immigration, it continued well into the 20th century and scattered people who went to America, Canada, and Australia, and Britain, and the people who have travelled all around the world and have set up families there. These people are known as the Irish diaspora. These are the people who have went to make a living somewhere else. There are 2.2 million people in Australia of Irish descent. There are 39.9 million in the USA, 9 million in Britain, 4.7 million in Canada. There's nearly over 500,000 in Argentina. There are Irish people everywhere. And it really started with what was happening before the famine and then really accelerated during the famine, and after the famine it continued. Another consequence was the decline of the Irish language. The west of Ireland was the worst hit by the famine because the land was the worst there, as we've talked about, and this was where the Irish was predominantly spoken. And only a few areas around Donegal and Galway and Mayo and County Kerry and Waterford retained the Irish language. Another consequence of the famine was that the policy of subdivision ended. So now the eldest son was given the land. He had to wait until the death of his father and then he could marry, get the land and start a family. And the final big consequence we will talk about is the deep hatred and distrust of the British government that was fostered. The Irish blamed the British for the famine. As I said here, the Almighty or God sent the potato blight, but the English created the famine. And this became part of the Irish narrative about the famine. There can be no doubt that the British government's policy, their laissez-faire policy, made what was a bad situation into a nightmare situation. And to this day, there is a debate over whether this policy of laissez-faire could be classed as a genocide. Well, that brings us to the end of our presentation. So you should know how many people died and emigrated during the famine. So 1 million people died during the famine, 1 million people immigrated, and a further 1 million immigrated in the 10 years after the famine. You should know what coffin ships were. These were ships that went to North America, Canada, and the United States of America, where many people died on them. Conditions were cramped, disease was rife. The diaspora are the Irish people who had to leave the country and set up a new community in a new country. And you should know at least 3 consequences of famine. So we talked about the population decline, we talked about the decline in the Irish language being spoken, we talked about the end of subdivision, and we talked about this deep resentment for the British government. Thanks for watching. Hopefully you got something from this video. Hello everybody and welcome to the first video in our series of videos on Northern Ireland from 1920 up until 1998. Today we will be looking at how the Northern Ireland Parliament was established and the form of government in the first 20 years of that Parliament. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes. By the end of this presentation, you should know how the Unionists set up a Northern Ireland government. Second, you guys should know 3 ways they dealt with the unrest in the early 1920s. And third, you guys should know 3 ways Catholics were discriminated against in the newly formed Northern Ireland Parliament. We have been dealing with Northern Ireland since the beginning of our videos on Irish history.
It really kicked off with the Home Rule crisis of 1912. In this, remember, we saw the Unionists against Nationalists. The UVF was established in Northern Ireland. The Solemn League and Covenant was signed again with their opposition to Home Rule. Then there was the outbreak of World War One, where a lot of the UVF and the Irish volunteers went to join the British in the war. Then there was the 1916 Rising, which led to the growth of nationalism within the Irish country, where people began to want more than just home rule. This then led to the War of Independence in 1919 up to 1921. We then looked at the Government of Ireland Act, which was brought in 1920, which partitioned the island of Ireland. And now we're going to look at what happened after that. So, just to refresh your memory, the Government of Ireland Act was passed in 1920. This partitioned Ireland into the 26 counties and the 6 counties of Northern Ireland, which were Antrim, Armagh, Tyrone, Fermanagh, Down, and Derry. Those in the south, they refused to recognise the Government of Ireland Act, or the Fourth Home Rule Bill, and continued on with the Dáil, which remember met in 1919 under the leadership of Eamon de Valera. However, in the north, the Unionists took this opportunity to form their own government and break away from the violence of the south of Ireland. The population division of Northern Ireland at the time was about 65% of the population was Protestant and 35% of the 6 counties was Catholic. The two main leaders of the Unionists, as we saw in the Home Rule crisis, were James Craig and Edward Carson. James Craig served as the Prime Minister of Northern Ireland, and he served as Prime Minister from 1920 all the way up until 1940. However, Edward Carson felt that only taking the 6 counties was a bit of a betrayal to the other Unionists in the country, and retired from politics. Remember, Carson was a Dublin man, and he was a Southern Unionist, and he was unhappy about the people who in the other 26 counties who wanted to be part of the Union being excluded. So when they were establishing the Parliament in Northern Ireland, which is situated in Stormont, the Unionists, they dominated the political life. There was a nationalist party, but it pursued a policy of abstention. Remember, that is not taking your seats in Parliament. They kept this policy up until around 1926, when they finally took seats under their leader Joe Devlin, but they were never really big enough to cause any kind of threat to the power of the Unionist Party. Sinn Féin was also banned from Northern Ireland, so that that party was not a route for nationalists in Northern Ireland. When the Government of Ireland Act came in, remember, the War of Independence was raging, which was soon followed by the Civil War in Ireland, and this led to a lot of unrest and violence in Northern Ireland. The IRA were determined to oppose the partition of Ireland, and there was large-scale violence in the north. Over 600 people were killed, with the majority of them being Catholic nationalists. So how did the government deal with this violence, this threat to its existence? In 1922, the government established the Royal Ulster Constabulary, or the RUC. This replaced the RIC, which was the Royal Irish Constabulary. And while a lot of the members of the old IRC had been Catholic, the new IRC was primarily Protestant. It was an armed police force. This is going to become a big issue when we get to the Troubles in the 60s. They also set up the B Specials, which was a part-time police force, and this was mainly made up of the former UVF members. Remember, they would have a very strong unionist affiliation. And finally, they passed the Special Powers Act of 1922. By Special Powers Act, I do not mean that they gave people special powers. I mean that they gave themselves the power to intern people. Remember, internment is imprisoning someone without trial. Anyone who is suspected to be part of the IRA. Catholics really suffered a lot of discrimination in this time. Some Catholics were run out of their jobs in Harland and Wolff during the unrest in the 20s. As the government really established itself, it fired a lot of Catholics from the civil service. Um, Both Catholic and Protestant religions wanted to set up their own individual schools. The Catholic schools were given less help by the government, less funding to make sure there was good standards in buildings and in resources that were needed for schools, whereas the Protestant schools were better looked after. One of the big issues as well was gerrymandering. So this is when boundaries of constituencies are rigged, and this was especially prominent in Derry. Derry had a majority population of Derry was Catholic. However, the majority of the seats within Derry went to Unionists because they rigged the boundaries so that most of the seats would go to Protestants or Unionists. In 1929, remember the Wall Street crash happened, and while Northern Ireland had been the most prosperous part of the country, remember, one of the things why they didn't want home rule was because they were the more industrialized, more prosperous part. But the Wall Street crash hit them hard. The linen industry, which had been a big employer, and the shipbuilding industries of Harland and Wolff took massive hits. Unemployment skyrocketed, and poverty in the country became a massive issue. There was a rise in cases of TB, death by pneumonia, people really struggling to survive. Um, and another aspect of life at this time was sectarian violence. This may be a phrase you guys have heard before, but sectarian violence is violence that erupts between conflicting groups or sects. So this was violence between the Protestants and the Catholics. There was a particularly bad case in Belfast in 1935 when the Orange Order marched through Catholic neighbourhoods in Belfast, causing riots. Remember that the Orange Order, they would have been re-established during opposition to the very first Home Rule under Gladstone back in 1885, and they would be marching to celebrate victories over Catholics from hundreds of years ago, which really would inflame situations. That brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now you guys should know how the Unionists set up Northern Ireland. You guys should know 3 ways they dealt with unrest in the early 20s, the setting up of the RUC, the B Specials and the Special Powers Act. And you guys should know 3 ways that Catholics were discriminated against. So whether that was through gerrymandering, through discrimination in employment, or whether it was through discrimination in funding for education. That's the end of the presentation. Hope you guys got something good from this video.
Hello everybody and welcome to the second video in our series of videos on Northern Ireland from 1920 up to 1998. Today we are looking at Northern Ireland during World War II and throughout the 1950s. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes. So by the end of this presentation, you guys should be able to name 4 contributions of Northern Ireland to World War II. You guys should be able to describe conditions in Northern Ireland during the Blitz. And finally, you guys should be able to name 3 features of Northern Irish life after World War II. So as we've seen before, World War II broke out on the 1st of September 1939 when Germany invaded Poland, triggering war in Europe. Northern Ireland, as part of the United Kingdom, entered the war when United Kingdom declared war on Germany on the 3rd of September. Northern Ireland had many contributions towards World War II. The Northern Irish ports served as a base from which Britain fought the Battle of the Atlantic, which the Allies successfully gained control of the Atlantic. Part of that was due to them cracking the Enigma code of the Germans, so they were able to detect U-boats. But the Northern Irish ports were very important in this as well. Another thing was it served as a base for a lot of US troops, and at one point up to 120,000 US soldiers were in Northern Ireland during the preparations for D-Day, and also they would have been stationed in the ports and stuff like that. Another contribution was that 40,000 people volunteered from Northern Ireland to join the war, and 7,000 of those were women. There was no conscription in Northern Ireland. There was conscription in the rest of the United Kingdom, but there was no conscription in Northern Ireland. People were asked to volunteer. 40,000 did so. There were actually more volunteers from the south of Ireland to join World War II than there was actually from the north of Ireland. Another contribution to World War II was the industrial power of Northern Ireland and its contribution to the war effort. It had an upside for Northern Ireland in that unemployment dropped from over 25% in the 1930s to under 5% during World War II. Harland and Wolff made battleships, while a company known as Shorts manufactured tanks, aircraft, and parachutes, which were invaluable to the Allies. And the final contribution of Northern Ireland to World War II was the feeding of Britain. They provided food for the British market. It worked out quite well for the farmers of Northern Ireland, as they were received a guaranteed price for their produce as well, which brought stability at a time of massive uncertainty. We saw that James Craig had been the Prime Minister of Northern Ireland after the Government of Ireland Act of 1920, and he served as Prime Minister from 1920 into 1940. But he was succeeded by a man called J.M. Andrews. However, Andrews was soon replaced by this man, Basil Brooke. People were unhappy due to the hardships of rationing, and really the big thing was his handling of the following thing, which was the Blitz. Belfast was not prepared for the Blitz. The government of Northern Ireland put in no procedures to protect the population of the country, believing that Belfast was too far away from Northern Ireland or from Germany to be bombed. They had no searchlights. They had very few anti-aircraft guns, and they had no shelters for the people. Remember, in England alone, 3,000 or 300,000 Anderson shelters had been sold, whereas there was no provision for this in Northern Ireland. The Blitz was pretty devastating to Northern Ireland. They were bombed 4 times during a 2-month period during April and May of 1941. Over 1,100 people died during these attacks. There was one particular attack at Easter killed over 900 people alone. So it was a pretty devastating thing. People had to leave to the countryside as there was no shelters and there was no provision to try to stop these attacks. When World War II ended, the people of Britain were looking for a change, and they elected a Labour government, much to the shock of Winston Churchill, who had brought Great Britain through the war. But they lost power because Labour were promising something called the welfare state, and this is where they promised to take care of people from the cradle to the grave. And this had a knock-on effect in Northern Ireland. All the provisions that were extended to Britain also went to Northern Ireland. So there was an increase in the funding for housing. They wanted to make sure that everyone had a house. So new houses were being built at a high rate. In Northern Ireland, there is that special kind of sectarianism element that comes into it, and that Catholics were discriminated against by the unionist-dominated local councils for the houses. So if you were Protestant, you were more likely to get one of these local council houses than if you were Catholic. Another provision from the welfare state was the introduction of free education for all secondary level students from 1947. We saw in our studies of Sean Lamass how Ireland brought in free education in the 1960s, while Northern Ireland had brought this in 15 years earlier with the Education Act of 1947. They also gave free medical care to mothers and children, and there was a TB campaign was brought in to try to reduce the number of deaths. Again, when we were studying the inter-party government of Ireland from 1948 to 1951, we saw how these two issues were affecting the Republic of Ireland as it became in 1949. And the TB campaign led by Noel Brown really reduced the number of deaths with TB. The same was happening in Northern Ireland. And then we saw how it was actually the idea of free medical care to mothers and children brought down the first inter-party government in the Republic of Ireland, whereas in Northern Ireland this act was brought in quite easily. Um, the last aspect of life of Northern Ireland after World War II has to deal with the growing divide between nationalists and unionists. Northern nationalists still launched an anti-partition campaign. They were trying to get get rid of partition. They were supported by the government in the south, but once Ireland had declared itself a republic in 1949, the British government had stepped in and said that they would stand behind Northern Ireland in whatever decisions they made. And of course, it was a unionist-led government, so their decision was that they would continue partition, despite the anti-partition campaign that was been launched by the Northern Nationalists. They also had to deal with the IRA, who launched another campaign from 1956 up until 1962 to deal with this. Internment was introduced. Over 250 suspected IRA members were interned, and throughout the border campaigns, the bombing campaigns, 18 people were killed during the campaign. It didn't achieve anything close to what the IRA wanted. It was seen as a real failure from the IRA, and they would not come back to prominence until the Troubles kick off in 1968. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So you guys should now be able to name 4 contributions of Northern Ireland to World War II, whether it's the ports, the base for the US soldiers, the agriculture, the production of food, the industry, or the volunteers going over to fight in World War II. Second, you guys should be able to describe the conditions in Northern Ireland during the Blitz, but especially attention paid to the casualties of the Blitz and how unprepared the North was for the Blitz. And finally, you guys should be able to name 3 features of Northern Irish life after World War II that could relate to some of the acts brought in by the welfare state of the Labour government, or for the anti-partition campaign, or for the IRA campaign from 1956 to 1962. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Thanks for watching. Hello everybody, and welcome to the 3rd video in our series of videos on Northern Ireland from 1920 up until 1998. Today we will be looking at the beginning of the Troubles in Northern Ireland. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes. So by the end of this presentation, you guys should know why the NICRA was established. Second, you guys should know 3 major incidents at the beginning of the Troubles. And third, you guys should know how nationalists and the Northern Irish government responded to the escalating violence. So just to give a little background to the Troubles, Terence O'Neill became the Prime Minister of Northern Ireland in 1963. He replaced Basil Brooke. Brooke had been Prime Minister for over 20 years. Northern Ireland had been had its own government since 1920. Terence O'Neill was only the 4th Prime Minister. Craig had reigned for 20 years. Andrews had replaced him, and then Brooke had replaced him and had ruled for over 20 years. So when O'Neill came in, he had 3 kind of main policies that he was trying to introduce. One of the big ones was he was trying to attract industry. Northern Ireland was a place that had really suffered with the industrial boom that went on in the 1950s. Remember, there was massive unemployment in the 1930s. World War II came along, industry picked back up, but as the decades progressed, by the 1960s, Northern Irish industry was massively in decline. The second thing he wanted to do is he wanted to end sectarianism by building bridges between the 2 traditions in our community, as he put it. And third, he wanted to improve relations with trade unions. The reason that O'Neill was pushing for these policies was that things were beginning to change in Northern Ireland. It was a country that had been defined by nationalists and unionists. But as conditions for both sides continued to get worse, Labour began to get more power. People were becoming more concerned about the ability to work. So O'Neill was trying to unify a base behind him on these things of attracting industry, of improving relations with trade unions, and of ending sectarianism to further his support.
As we saw when we're looking at Sean Lemass, he also reached out to the Republic of Ireland. There was a meeting in Belfast in 1965, and in January of 1965, and then O'Neill went down and visited Dublin in February of 1965, and they wanted to encourage cooperation in things like tourism and agriculture. However, there was not uniform support for O'Neill's kind of progressive view of how Northern Ireland should move forward. Unionists were very unhappy with giving any kind of rights to Catholics. They felt that they would take over and that they would try to force the end of partition. So in 1966, a paramilitary organization called the UVF was set up. This is not to be confused with the UVF of the Home Rule crisis. They took the same name, but they were not the same people. This was a paramilitary organization aimed at kind of putting down the civil rights movement that was beginning to flower in Northern Ireland. And Reverend Ian Paisley here was one of the leaders of these extreme unionists. He really opposed the extending of civil rights to Catholics. So, how were Catholic civil rights being denied? We looked at this before. Some of the stuff will be familiar to us, but just to go over it, only property owners could vote. It was this policy known as one man, one vote. This discriminated against Catholics because less Catholics actually had the ability to own their own home. So unless you owned your own home or were married to somebody who owned your own home, you could not vote. Another thing whereby their voting rights and their civil rights were being denied was the gerrymandering of constituencies, which we saw was the rigging of constituency borders to favour one side. Also, we saw in the Liberal welfare state of 1947, there was an increase in local council houses being built, but Catholics were discriminated and didn't get as many. We also saw at the beginning, the foundation of the state, that the Catholics were being denied jobs in civil service, they were being kicked out of jobs in civil service and on local councils. And there was also a feeling that the police force was there to protect the Protestants. Remember, the B Specials was made up of primarily ex-Ulster Volunteer Force people who were unionist in slant. This led to the setting up of the NICRA, or the Northern Ireland Civil Rights Association. This was set up in 1968 by Catholics and nationalists, and they wanted to try to fix these prejudice policies. They identified these 5 things, as well as the removal of the Special Powers Act, as their main areas that they wanted addressed. They were led by people like Jerry Fitt, Austin Curry, John Hume, and Bernadette Devlin. On the 5th of October 1968, the NICRA had planned a march to go through Derry, peaceful march for promotion of the civil rights of Catholics. It had been banned because on the same day, the Apprentice Boys had a Protestant organisation, who we'll be looking at in a second, had wanted to plan a march on the same day. There was a fear this would lead to violence, so the march was banned. The NICRA went ahead with the march. They met. When they met, they were attacked by the RUC, the police force. It was an unprovoked attack. This was captured by cameras. The RTE cameras were there. They captured the police brutality. It was shown around the world and really showed the power of television and how it could show the discrimination that was going on in Catholics, that even just meeting up for a peaceful protest, they were being picked out by the RUC. This led to Terence O'Neill giving a very famous speech, his Ulster at a Crossroads speech. He tried to bring in reforms in housing and elections with the gerrymandering especially, but he didn't bring in the one man, one vote demand the people had asked for. The NICRA were kind of happy to take this for now. It wasn't ideal, but they said, look, we won't do any marches for a while, but they wanted further concessions in the future. On the 1st of January 1969, however, university students from Derry planned a peaceful march. They were going to walk from Derry to Belfast to raise awareness for the discrimination against Catholics. When they entered Burn Tullet Bridge, which would be near Belfast, they were attacked by these hardline unionists. The police, the RUC, were there, but they did not interfere with the attacks on the protesters, or the marchers as it was. Um, Many of the hardline unionists who actually attacked the protesters were off duty RUC officers. As tensions began to rise, Terence O'Neill resigned in April 1969 after his party expressed a loss of confidence in him. He was replaced by Major James Chichester Clark, who was to become the fifth Prime Minister of Northern Ireland. He's not going to last very long either. There was another big event kicked off in Derry in August of 1969. The Apprentice Boys, who were an organisation who every year would march through the streets of Derry to celebrate a famous victory at the Siege of Derry, whereby the Catholic King James had tried to take the city of Derry. The gates were closed by 13 apprentice boys, and the city of Derry was saved from Catholics. So every year the Apprentice Boy March went and celebrated this victory. This was always seen as a very inflammatory thing to do to what was primarily a nationalist and Catholic city. Derry was primarily nationalist and Catholic. The march passed by the nationalist area known as the Bogside. Missiles began to be thrown at each other. The nationalists put up barricades to stop unionists and the RIC from entering into the Catholic area known as the Bogside. Rioting then began to spread in areas in Belfast, the nationalist area in Belfast as well. Eventually, the British troops were called in as the people of the Bogside and the nationalists of Belfast didn't trust RUC to restore order. They welcomed the British troops. The nationalists actually welcomed the British troops in for protection for themselves. So how did the nationalists react to this growing violence? On a political level, the SDLP, or the Social Democrat and Labour Party, was founded by Jerry Fitt, had prominent members like John Hume in it, and they tried to unite all the nationalist and civil rights organisations into one party so that they would have a stronger voice in Parliament. There was also the paramilitary reaction, which would come from the IRA. The IRA had really kind of disappeared after its failed campaigns in the 50s. But they re-emerged in 1969. There was the official IRA, and they had wanted to move away from violence, but then there was also the establishment of this new IRA known as the Provisional IRA, or the Provos, and they wanted to continue using violent tactics. The Provisional IRA was initially set up as a defensive force, but in 1917 they started a violent bombing campaign and they killed civilians, soldiers, and RUC members. They also launched a campaign to turn nationalists against British soldiers who had been welcome as protection against the RUC. They encouraged young people to be throwing rocks and missiles at the British soldiers so that the British soldiers would retaliate and public opinion would turn against them as seen as defenders of the nationalists. Chichester Clark was replaced by Brian Faulkner as Prime Minister in 1971 due to ill health, and Faulkner, well, initially he seems to be a more progressive leader. He did reintroduce internment in August of 1971. This started with a thing known as Operation Demetrius, whereby they had planned for these nighttime raids to take out the leadership of the IRA. So on the 9th of August, these nighttime kind of dawn raids took place on suspected IRA members. 342 people were interned, but the operation turned out to be a complete disaster. The police and soldiers in Northern Ireland had very poor intelligence on the leadership of the IRA, which led to a lot of innocent people being arrested. None of the IRA leaders were actually arrested. This led then to rioting in the streets. Over the next couple of days, 20 civilians, 2 soldiers, and 2 IRA members were killed in the rioting afterwards. And this increased the support of the IRA. Again, the nationalists began to believe that they couldn't trust the soldiers now, as well as the RUC. Innocent people were being arrested, and people really feared for their lives. That brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now you guys should know why the NICRA was established to deal with the discrimination against Catholics. You guys should know three major incidents at the beginning of the Troubles. So the March in Derry in October of 1968, the Burn Tullet Bridge incident in January of 1969, and the Battle of the Bogside. You should also know how nationalists responded to the escalating violence and also how the government responded to this escalating violence. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody and welcome to the fourth and final video in our series of videos on Northern Ireland from 1920 to 1998. Today we are going to continue looking at the Troubles. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes. This time we actually have 4 learning outcomes as opposed to the usual 3 because there's a lot to pack into this video. So first of all, I would like you guys to know what happened on Bloody Sunday and the consequences of it for Northern Ireland. Second, I would like you guys to know what the Sunningdale Agreement was and how it failed. Third, I would like you guys to know what happened in the hunger strikes and the consequences of these hunger strikes. Fourth, I would like you to know how political peace was brought to Northern Ireland. So on the 30th of January 1972, there was a planned protest march in Derry. This march was in protest against the policy of internment. New internment jail had been opened near Derry, and the NICRA had planned a protest march against this. There had been fear of rioting breaking out, so British soldiers who were still stationed there from the time of the Battle of the Bogside were prepared for perhaps conflict breaking out. However, what happened shocked everybody. The protesters were fired upon by the British soldiers. 28 unarmed people were shot at, and 14 people were killed. Some of these people would have been killed even trying to bring back the bodies of other people who had been shot. Some of them would have been as young as 17 years of age as well. As a consequence of this, there was wide-scale riots in Belfast and Derry and even in Dublin itself. The British Embassy in Dublin was actually burned as retaliation for this horrific assault on the nationalists and Catholics in Derry. This also led to the collapse of the Northern Ireland government. The British Prime Minister Edward Heath suspended the Northern Ireland government and he introduced something called direct rule. So direct rule meant that Northern Ireland would now be ruled from Westminster. William Whitehall was appointed as the first Secretary of State and he would now be in charge of running the government in Northern Ireland. They felt that the biased unionist government could not get enough support to bring peace to the area. So direct rule was introduced in 1972. This then led to negotiations between Edward Heath, the Prime Minister of Britain, and Liam Cosgrave, who would become the Taoiseach of Ireland. They tried to get a plan in place so that self-government could return to Northern Ireland. And the plan that they came up with was known as the Sunningdale Agreement of 1973. What this emphasised was 2 things. The first thing was it brought in a power-sharing government. What we mean by this is that it would no longer be a government purely dominated by unionists. The unionists and nationalists would both get to put representatives onto this kind of assembly and they would rule together. There were more unionists on the assembly, but finally the Catholics and nationalists had somebody to represent them, and the 2 parties that really shared this power were the Ulster Unionist Party under the leadership of Brian Faulkner, who had been Prime Minister prior to direct rule, and Gerry Fitt, who we've met before, the man who was responsible for setting up the nationalist SDLP. The second aspect of the Sunningdale Agreement, which caused quite a bit of problems and backlash from the unionists, was the establishment of this thing called the Council of Ireland. This was the establishment of a cross-border council, and it would work as an advisory role to the Power Sharing Assembly. So the Republic of Ireland would now have influence on what was happening within Northern Ireland. This, of course, caused massive opposition from the unionists, led by Ian Paisley in particular, along with other extreme unionists. They really opposed
the Sunningdale Agreement. It's also worth mentioning here as well that the extreme nationalists also opposed the agreement, especially the Provisional IRA and the party that would be associated with the Provisional IRA, which was the Northern Irish branch of Sinn Féin. In response to the Sunningdale Agreement, the unionists, the extreme unionists, encouraged a thing called the Ulster Workers' Council strike. So the Ulster Workers' Council was a trade union, and they held a strike on the 15th of May 1974 to show their opposition to Sunningdale. They were backed up by the UVF and the UDA, which would be Ulster Defence Army, and they did this to show their opposition to the power sharing Sunningdale agreements and to the Council of Ireland set up. Within this 3 days after the strike started, the Republic of Ireland was bombed. 4 car bombs were detonated in Dublin and Monaghan by Unionist paramilitary forces, which killed 33 people. This was the biggest terrorist attack ever to hit the Republic of Ireland and really caused a lot of anger in the south. However, the Ulster Workers' Council strike was successful. It lasted for 14 days. They cut electricity, they blocked roads. As I said, unionist paramilitaries helped in making sure that the strike was a success. It brought down the government of Northern Ireland, and once again Northern Ireland returned to direct rule under Westminster. The next big set piece or battle of the Troubles would be characterized by the hunger strikes. So what happened was prisoners or nationalist prisoners or members of the IRA held protests in the H blocks of the Maze prison, which is outside Lisburn. You can see here they're called the H blocks because the blocks are shaped like H's, and this is where prisoners would have been held. The IRA prisoners wanted political prisoner status. They wanted to be treated differently from criminal prisoners. They would be allowed to wear their own clothes. They'd be allowed to have calls. They would be allowed to be with the other prisoners. However, this was continually denied. They were treated as normal criminals for breaking the law of the land. This led to a policy of hunger strike. Bobby Sands would be the most famous of these people. He led a hunger strike as a protest for this refusal to recognise political prisoner status in 1981. Bobby Sands didn't eat for 66 days and finally died of starvation, really becoming a martyr for the nationalist cause. A policy was put in place whereby the hunger strikers were staggered, and over the next couple of months after Bobby Sands died, a further 9 hunger strikers died. The consequences of the hunger strike was there was a surge in IRA activity after the hunger strike deaths and large anti-British feelings south of the border. This was a very emotive policy to pursue that to this day still causes a lot of resentment within a lot of people. But it is a controversial issue that really has very nuanced arguments for both sides of whether they should have been treated as political prisoners or whether they should have just been treated as regular prisoners. Another consequence of the hunger strike was Sinn Féin, who was a nationalist party who were deeply associated with the IRA. They began to gain greater support. Because of this greater support for Sinn Féin, there was a worry that they would usurp or take over from the SDLP as the main nationalist organisation. And if they were to do that, it would become more difficult for Britain and Ireland to negotiate with more extreme nationalists. So Gareth Fitzgerald, who was Taoiseach in 1985, and Margaret Thatcher, who was Prime Minister of Britain in 1985, they signed a thing called the Anglo-Irish Agreement in 1985, and this gave the Republic of Ireland a say in the running of Northern Ireland. This was really to try to make sure that nationalists wouldn't go to extremes. They could see, right, the Republic has a say in this. Violence continued, the threat of violence continued. In Finally, in 1993, the Downing Street Declaration was signed, here by John Major and Albert Reynolds, Prime Minister and Taoiseach respectively, and this was to lead to an IRA ceasefire. However, the ceasefire didn't last, and sporadic violence continued to break out between 1993 and 1998. But finally, in 1998, the Good Friday Agreement was reached. So this historic agreement created another power-sharing government, and it was led by John Hume, who had been one of the founding members of the NICRA, one of the founding members of the SDLP, and David Trimble, who was the leader of the Ulster Unionist Party. And these two men actually went on to win Nobel Peace Prizes for their work in trying to bring about a kind of political peace within the country. Of course, not everybody wanted this to succeed. Extreme unionists, especially the DUP, refused to participate in this power sharing thing, and also the IRA were very unhappy with this. In fact, in August of 1998, the IRA exploded a car bomb in Omagh of County Tyrone. It killed 29 people, but the bombing actually caused outrage and dealt a huge blow to the IRA's mission. The picture below is quite a spooky picture in that this was taken moments before the bomb went off. The red car you can see in the photo there is actually the car bomb that went on to kill 29 people. Thankfully, the child in that picture wasn't killed, but 29 other people were killed. It's important to note that while the Good Friday Agreement has been put in place, this was just a political piece. There is still massive social unrest, distrust within the communities of Northern Ireland. And it is important to be sensitive and be aware of the different viewpoints of everybody. A lot of people lost a lot of loved ones in this conflict. And for those wounds to heal, there needs to be massive awareness and sensitivity around issues concerning the north of Ireland. That brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now you guys should know what happened on Bloody Sunday and the consequences of it for Northern Ireland, mainly the implementation of direct rule. You guys should then know what the Sunningdale Agreement was and how it failed by the strike that was called for. Third, you guys should know what happened in the hunger strikes and its consequences, which again saw a rise in popularity for the IRA, for Sinn Féin, which consequently led to the Anglo-Irish Agreement of 1985 due to the fear of extreme nationalists gaining more popularity. And fourth, you guys should know how political peace was finally brought to Northern Ireland, and that would be through the Good Friday Agreement, through the efforts of David Trimble and John Hume. That brings us to the end of our presentation. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody, and welcome to the first video in our series of videos on Ireland between the years of 1932 and 1990. As always, we begin our presentation with our learning outcomes. So by the end of this presentation, you guys should know how Eamon de Valera dismantled the Anglo-Irish Treaty and 3 aspects of the Irish Constitution that he brought in. Secondly, you guys should know who the Blue Shirts were and what party they helped to found. And finally, you guys should know what caused the economic war and 2 aspects of the Anglo-Irish Agreement. So as we saw in the end of our series of videos on Cumann na nGaedheal, in the 1932 election, Fianna Fáil won power with 72 seats, while Cumann na nGaedheal won 57 seats. Fianna Fáil was a party that had been founded by Eamon de Valera in 1926, and finally de Valera was back in charge of the country. Again, we looked at why Cumann na nGaedheal lost her popularity. They had a failure with the Boundary Commission. There was the army mutiny in the Curragh. There was the 1929 Wall Street crash, which really affected the economy, and which led to pay cuts to teachers, police, and a cut to the old age pension. And also, as we saw, there was that rise of Fianna Fáil as this new party. The first thing that de Valera did when he came to power was he set about dismantling the treaty, the Anglo-Irish Treaty, which had caused the civil war in Ireland. He was able to do this thanks to one of the achievements of Cumann na nGaedheal, which was the negotiation with other Commonwealth countries the Statute of Westminster. Remember, the Statute of Westminster was passed, and it allowed any country to change any law that had been passed by the British government for that country. So the first thing he did was he abolished the Oath of Allegiance. In May of 1932, he abolished the oath, saying that the Statute of Westminster gave him the power to do so. There was people unhappy about this in Britain, but again, De Valera pointed to the Statute of Westminster and the Oath of Allegiance was gone. The second step in removing the treaty was that he boycotted the Governor General. Remember, the Governor General was appointed in the Anglo-Irish Treaty as the King's representative in Ireland. And what the Fianna Fáil government did was they basically ignored the man in the office at the time was a man called James McNeill. So they refused to invite the Governor General to any functions, and they refused to go to any functions he was invited to. This led to McNeill being particularly slighted and resigned in 1932. De Valera replaced him with Donald Obuchala, and a man he picked, and he decided that he should keep a low profile, and the office was abolished in 1937. The third thing he did was he removed the king as the head of state. In 1936, there was a monarchy crisis in Britain. This led to King Edward VIII abdicating to marry the divorcee called Wallis Simpson. It was said that the king could not marry a divorcee, so to marry his wife, he abdicated the throne and was replaced by his brother George VI. So De Valera used this crisis to remove mention to the king in the Free State Constitution. However, then he went and he wrote his own constitution. This constitution was written in 1937 and it is known as Bunreacht na hÉireann. There were a few provisions within this that were quite striking. He changed the name of the country from the Free State of Ireland to Ireland or Éire. He had the head of the government be known as the Taoiseach. He gave special recognition to the Catholic Church. There was really only 3 people involved in the drafting of the Constitution, and one of them was Archbishop McQuaid, who was a very powerful bishop and figure in Irish politics at the time and had a big influence on the Constitution. It was why there's things as no divorce were allowed in the Irish Constitution. And the fourth thing was that to set up a head of state was to be the president or the Uachtaráin, and Douglas Hyde was elected as the first president of Ireland. With these steps, Ireland had become a republic really in everything but name. The next big challenge of De Valera and Fianna Fáil's government was the Blue Shirts. So when De Valera came to power, he had released IRA prisoners, and when these prisoners got out, they attacked Cumann na nGaedheal meetings. So any meetings with the Cumann na nGaedheal party, who they saw as traitors, they would attack. In response to this, ex-soldiers set up the Army Comrades Association, and these acted as security for the Cumann na nGaedheal meetings. The leader of the Blue Shirts was a man called Eoin O'Duffy. He had been the Garda Commissioner. He was fired by De Valera when he came in because he had some pretty extreme ideas, which are really shown by this photo. He was a fascist who looked up to people like Mussolini and Hitler and the strong party, the strongman policies that they used. In 1933, he tried to have a march in Dublin, much like the march on Rome, although he's claimed that he never wanted to actually take power. It wasn't a revolution, it was just a march, but it was banned by De Valera and the march didn't go ahead. After this, the Blue Shirts actually ended up joining with Cumann na nGaedheal to form a new party called Fine Gael, or the family of the Gaels, or the Irish. A lot of people were shocked by De Valera's economic war with Britain, which we will look at in a second, and they were attracted by these anti-democratic ideas. However, O'Duffy was originally elected as a leader of the party, but his anti-democratic and fascist views caused him to be very quickly removed and replaced by W.T. Cosgrave, remember, who had been the leader of the Free State prior to Fianna Fáil taking power. O'Duffy really, his popularity waned, and in 1936, when the Spanish Civil War broke out, he and about 800 Blue Shirts went to go help the fascist dictator General Franco to win the Spanish Civil War. As I alluded to before, there was a big economic war that took place between Ireland and England between 1932 and 1938. The economic war, it broke out over De Valera's refusal to pay a thing called land annuities. So these were payments for loans that had been given to farmers by the British government. De Valera said he was not going to be paying them back anymore. As you can see here in the bridge of that is the Anglo-Irish Treaty, the annuities was one of the things that was seen as that had to be taken out. Um, and De Valera did this by refusing to pay them in 1932. Britain retaliated by putting tariffs on Irish agricultural imports like cattle, eggs, and butter. Ireland then responded by putting taxes on British imports like coal, steel, and cement. Unfortunately, this really affected the people of Ireland and it led to mass unemployment, with the Irish cattle farmers being particularly badly hit. In 1938, with war looming on the continent, Neville Chamberlain, remember, who was Prime Minister of Britain, was eager to bring about a resolution to the conflict. So with the Irish, so they signed the Anglo-Irish Agreement in 1938. De Valera agreed to pay a lump sum of 10 million to cover the annuities. Both sides had agreed to remove all the duties on the products, and the British gave back the treaty ports of Lough Swilly, Cove, and Bearhaven, which had been one of the other big aspects of the treaty, if you remember. Other than that, Fianna Fáil, the economy did not perform well under Fianna Fáil. Fianna Fáil adopted a policy of protectionism, so that was protecting Irish industries from foreign competition by taxing imports. Like we said before, with the economic war, with the Wall Street crash, and with this policy of protectionism, there was massive unemployment in the country. Ireland was a desperately poor place. Many people having to subsist on very little money. I think there was a 40,000 within Dublin had to live off less than sixpence a day. And this ended up leading to over about 500,000 people left the country between 1920 and the 1930s, and these would have been mainly young people. A few other things to note in the Fianna Fáil government: they did set up a national Irish sugar company to try to help the farming industry, and they also set up Aer Lingus, the first national airline. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now you guys should know how De Valera dismantled the treaty and three aspects of the Irish Constitution. So he removed the Governor General, the Oath of Allegiance, removed any reference to the King with the monarchy crisis in the Bunrock na hÉireann. He had a Taoiseach, he had a President of Ireland, he had a special place in the Constitution for the Catholic Church, and the country was known as Éire. The Blue Shirts, of course, were this fascist organisation under Eoin Duffy and helped to form the party of Fine Gael. And finally, the economic war was caused by a refusal to pay the land annuities, and two aspects of the Anglo-Irish Treaty were a 10 million payment by the Irish, the return of the treaty ports, and removal of all tariffs. That's the end of this presentation. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody and welcome to the second video in our series of videos on Ireland between 1932 and 1990. Today we are going to be looking at what life was like in Ireland during World War II, also known as the emergency, and what happened in the aftermath of the emergency. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes, so by the end of this presentation you guys should know what the terms neutral, rations, and glimmerman mean. You guys should know the three major threats to Irish neutrality. And finally, you guys should know three things about life in Ireland during the emergency. So as we saw in our study of war and peace in Europe and the world between 1920 and 1945, on the 1st of September 1939, Germany invaded Poland. This triggered the beginning of war in Europe, also known as World War II. Ireland declared itself neutral when World War II broke out. That means that they were not going to take sides or engage in the war in any way. So why did Ireland declare itself neutral? First thing is they wanted to show their independence from Britain. And the second thing really was Ireland was too weak to fight a war with these huge European armies. At the beginning of September 1939, the Irish army had only about 6,000 regular troops. They were poorly trained, poorly equipped. We had no anti-aircraft guns. We had nothing that could defend us in any way. There were, however, some threats to Irish neutrality, and probably the biggest one came from within the country. this was from the IRA. When De Valera came to power, he had released IRA prisoners. However, these prisoners, they continued to want to use physical force to fight for a completely independent Ireland, an Ireland that would include the north of Ireland, and this caused an awful lot of issues for the Fianna Fáil government. Um, so the IRA, they continued to clash with the Blue Shirts, who we met in our last video, and they would go to any Cumann na nGaedheal meetings, saying that no free speech for traitors was the motto that they used, that these people should not be allowed to speak freely as they were traitors to the Republic. They carried out multiple high-profile murders in the 1930s, killing people even for helping people enlist in the British Army. It got to a point that eventually, in 1936, De Valera had to ban the IRA again. Another big issue was that in 1939, the IRA began what they called Operation Harvest, which was a bombing campaign in Britain. So in 1939, they bombed Coventry in England, killing many civilians. In December of 1931, they had one of a particularly eventful heist known as the Christmas Raid, in which they stole 1 million rounds of ammunition from the depot in the Phoenix Park. There was also evidence found of IRA communications with Nazi spies. Remember, the IRA motto of England's difficulty is Ireland's opportunity. They still felt that they were fighting a war with the British, and were willing to work with the Nazis, and the Nazis were willing to work with the IRA also to try to undermine the British. Because of this, IRA members were executed by the Fianna Fáil government due to these attacks, and this really led to a weakening of the IRA also. The two other threats to Irish neutrality were the Germans and the British. Germany had actually planned an operation to invade Ireland. This was known as Operation Green. It never really materialized, as they felt it was too much of a diversion from what they wanted. But that there was documents drawn up for Operation Green, but it never materialized. There were, however, bombs dropped in Ireland during World War II. At the North Strand in Dublin, 34 people were killed in a bombing in May of 1941. The other threat to Irish neutrality came from Britain. Winston Churchill was desperate for Ireland to join the war so England could use its ports to patrol the Atlantic. Remember, Ireland had got back the treaty ports in 1938, so Churchill wanted to be able to use the ports for the Battle of the Atlantic. He even offered to end partition if De Valera joined in, but De Valera declined, believing that it was something that Churchill could not actually deliver upon. There had even been talks of Britain invading Ireland as well, just to get used to the ports, but that never materialised either. During the war, Ireland had a policy that if there were soldiers from either the Allies or the Nazis or the Axis powers, as they're known, if they landed in Ireland, that they would be interred in the Curragh camp. Generally speaking, the prisoners were treated quite well and were given days out. There's stories of them being allowed to study in college and stuff like that. However, in 1943, they took all allies out of these camps and set them free, but kept the Germans still imprisoned. But at the end of the war, they released the Germans back to Germany. While Ireland was neutral, it definitely favoured the Allied sides. They would share weather forecast reports with the British, which would help them to get a better picture of potential air raids, potential launching attacks and stuff like that. So while they did remain neutral, there definitely was certain favours given to the Allied side. Within the actual country itself, there was a lot of deprivation, there was a lot of shortages within the country, and this led to rationing. Sean Lemass, who we will be talking about in more detail later on, he became the Minister for Supplies, and rationing was introduced. They introduced rationing on food, clothes, footwear and petrol because of all the shortages. People were given ration books which looked like this, in which you were only allotted a certain amount of the scarce materials every week. A new job became quite popular known as the Glimmerman, and the Glimmerman called houses to make sure that people weren't using up the limited gas that was left in the country. There was such a fuel shortage that by 1942, more than 26,000 people were employed in over 800 bogs to supply turf. England wouldn't export its coal to Ireland. They felt they weren't an ally. They didn't want to share this precious resource with the Irish, so they weren't exporting it to the Irish. So the Irish had to come up with an alternative, which was turf cut from the bogs. But it wasn't enough to prevent power cuts and transport paralysis. Cars were pretty much non-usable at this point in the country. Power cuts and power outages were something that were very common also. Ultimately, what we're looking at here is Fianna Fáil stayed in power for the next 3 years until 1948. And they ruled Ireland from 1932 to 1948. And while De Valera politically achieved a lot in really dismantling the Anglo-Irish Treaty, socially he really let a lot of Irish people down in how they ran the economy. Remember, we looked at they used a protectionist policy. And it really affected the Irish economy. Conditions, they barely improved from the times of the emergency. While other countries will begin to see a boom, especially in the 50s, Ireland will be stuck in pretty horrific poverty. Immigration again was on the rise. We talked about how 500,000 people had left in the 1920s and 30s. Even after the war had ended, emigration rose. 24,000 people left in 1945, 40,000 left in 1948 because conditions were better. And even though more people were leaving, the level of unemployment actually went up in the country, just to show how bad the place was economically. And rationing was still being used in many years after the war. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now you guys should know what the terms neutral, rations and Glimmerman mean. You guys should know the three major threats to Irish neutrality, coming from the IRA, coming from the British, and coming from the Germans. And finally, you guys should know three things about life in Ireland during the emergency. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody and welcome to the third video in our series of videos on Ireland between 1932 and 1990. Today we are going to be looking at the first inter-party government. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes, so by the end of this presentation you guys should know how the epidemic of TB was dealt with in the country of Ireland. You guys should know 4 other achievements of the inter-party government, and finally you guys should know what the mother and child scheme was and how it brought down the first inter-party government. So as we looked at last time, Fianna Fáil lost power in 1948. They had been in power from 1932 up to 1948 for 16 years with Eamon de Valera as Taoiseach. He called for an election in 1948 expecting to win. One of the main reasons that he called for the election was the emergence of this new political party known as Clan na Publica, or Family of the Republic. Clan na Publica were a Republican party. They had started out by campaigning for IRA members who had been interned during the emergency. They were led by this man here, Sean McBride. However, it wasn't old style republicanism. They also attracted to its ranks a lot of young radicals and social reformers who wanted to put together a new and inspiring program to kind of regenerate the country. In particular, we'll be looking at Noel Brown, who was one of these young men who was attracted to this new party. So in the election of 1948, no one party had enough seats to form a government, so a coalition government was formed using a diverse range of parties. Fine Gael, who we've met before, who were formed from Cumann na nGaedheal and the Blue Shirt organisation. Then you had Clan na Publica, who we've just met. You also had Labour. Remember, they were founded by James Connolly of the 1916 Rising fame and 1930 lockout fame. Then you had Clan na Talamh, which were a farmer party, and then 12 independents also joined the government. So it really was the first truly kind of rainbow government. You had people really with many different kind of viewpoints having to work together. John A. Costello of Fine Gael was named as the first Taoiseach. He wasn't actually the leader of the party. Richard Mulcahy was, but people wouldn't accept him as the Taoiseach, so Costello became Taoiseach instead. The first thing Costello did was that he declared Ireland a republic. Remember, thanks to De Valera's dismantling of the Anglo-Irish Treaty and the Anglo-Irish Agreement, whereby Ireland finally got back to 3 treaty ports, Ireland was a republic in everything but name. Costello was on a state visit to Canada in 1948. He took umbrage at having to toast to our king with the Prime Minister of Canada, as Ireland was still part of the Commonwealth technically, and he decided that he was going to declare Ireland a republic. So it officially became a republic on Easter Monday of 1949. The next big thing that this government really had to deal with was a thing called TB, or tuberculosis. It was so widespread it was known as the White Death in the country. And approximately 4,000 young Irish men and women died from TB every year. The death rate in Ireland was particularly shameful. 124 out of every 100,000 people in the country died from tuberculosis, whereas north of the border that was only 80, in Scotland it was only 79, and in England and Wales it was actually half the amount of people were dying from TB. It was not just a massive killer, but also survivors could be left severely paralysed. Noel Brown is a man who had many tragedies in his life with TB. He had lost a sister, he had lost parents, his brother had been again disabled from contracting TB, and he went to England where he had kind of tried to study the causes of TB, how to deal with TB, and he launched a massive campaign to eradicate TB. There was 2 main aspects of his campaign. The BCG vaccine was brought in, and the number of deaths went down severely. And he also made sure that conditions in sanatoriums, which were these special hospitals, were improved, that more beds were being provided for people with TB, so that it wouldn't spread. And within 10 years, from 124 per 100,000 people dying, it was down to only 24 out of every 100,000 people were dying, and to the point where now it has been eradicated from Irish society. It was something that everyone kind of feared within the society, but thanks to Noel Brown and the inter-party government, this was overcome. There was some other very big achievements from the inter-party government. They brought in a rural electrification scheme, which brought electricity to houses in the countryside. They received Marshall aid. Remember, we saw that at the end of our studies on World War II, to try to help countries economically. Ireland benefited from this, getting over 40 million in loans and using it for a land rehabilitation scheme. They set up the IDA, or the Industrial Development Authority, to attract foreign industry, and also they increased the amount of local authority houses being built for people on low incomes. Ireland was massively poor at the time. These houses were desperately needed, and by 1950 over 1,000 houses were being built a month. This brings us to really the thing that defines the inter-party government. This is a thing called the Mother and Child Scheme. So infant mortality was a big issue in Ireland at the time, with 80 out of every 100,000 babies dying in the first years of their lives. Women dying in childbirth was also a big issue, with up to 100 women dying every year in childbirth. So Noel Brown, as the Minister of Health, proposed a new Health Act in 1950. And in this Health Act, he wanted free medical care for all mothers and children up to the age of 16. Fianna Fáil had looked at bringing something like this in 1947, but were stopped by the people we're about to see. The first people who opposed it were the doctors. The doctors opposed the scheme as they didn't want to lose the fees that they got from private patients. They didn't want to be employed by the government. They didn't want an NHS-style health care system, and they wanted people means tested, so they wanted only people who were very poor could avail of this free medical care. The big factor, though, was the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church opposed the scheme. They felt it was a form of socialism, and they felt it would increase the power of the government or the state and reduce the power of the church in society, because now people would be dependent upon the church for something, which is something the Catholic Church didn't really like. They also feared that it would lead to the introduction of contraception and abortion, which the church was massively opposed to. So Archbishop John McQuaid, who was one of the primary writers of the Bunreacht na hÉireann, the Constitution of Ireland in 1937, he met with the Taoiseach John Costello, who was an extremely devout Catholic man. He even had an altar built in his own home so that he could pray there. So he was very in line with the Catholic Church. McQuaid demanded that the scheme be scrapped. Noel Brown tried to argue his case with the church. He sent pamphlets to them trying to describe what he was trying to do. The church completely blanked these arguments and would not change their mind. So then Brown went behind the back of the government, behind the back of the church, and he gave a interview with Radio Éireann to try to explain the scheme, to try to get support for his plan. Unfortunately, within the government, there was no support. The pull of the Catholic Church and the pressure from the doctors meant that not even people within his own party, Clan na Publica, actually supported him. They met, they had a discussion, nobody supported his scheme, and the leader of Clan na Publica, McBride, demanded that Brown resign as the Minister for Health. So with the loss of Brown and another Clan na Publica TD left with him in protest, an election was called, and the inter-party government was put out of power. Over the 50s, power kind of goes back and forth between Fianna Fáil and inter-party government. 1951 to 54, Fianna Fáil retake power. They lose power. In 1954 to 57, the inter-party government takes power. It is a very different inter-party government without the innovation and without the enthusiasm that the first inter-party government had, and were duly out of power within 3 years. And then from 1957 to 1959, Eamon de Valera is Taoiseach once again in Fianna Fáil. We will be moving on to Sean Lemass in our next video. But the 50s, this era, like to go past a whole decade without much comment is hard to do. Politically, not a lot happened. It was very stagnant. The most striking aspect of life in Ireland during the 1950s was the poverty, the massive unemployment, and the large-scale immigration. Again, on average, 40,000 people were emigrating every year out of this country, while other countries in Europe were booming with the help of Marshall Aid, with the help of huge markets opening up to them. But Ireland was really struggling. That brings us to the end of our presentation. So by now, you guys should know how TB was dealt with in Ireland. You guys should know 4 other achievements of the inter-party government. So the Declaration of the Republic, the rural electrification, the IDA, the land rehabilitation programme, or the local housing authority. And finally, you guys should know what the mother and child scheme was and how it brought down the government. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys got something good from this video. Hello everybody, and welcome to the 4th video in our series of videos on Ireland between 1932 and 1990. This is the final video we will be doing on this period of Irish history. As always, we begin with our learning outcomes. So by the end of this presentation, you guys should know what the first program for economic expansion was. Second, you guys should know 2 reforms to the education system under the new Taoiseach Sean Lemass. And third, you guys should know 2 other notable achievements under the Lemass government. As we alluded to in the previous video, in 1959, Eamon de Valera finally stepped down as Taoiseach of Ireland. He had first become Taoiseach in 1932. He had been in Irish politics since the 1916 Rising, and even after he stepped down as Taoiseach, he went on to serve as President of Ireland for the next 14 years. When de Valera stepped down, he was replaced by a senior member of his staff, a man called Sean Lemass. Lemass had a very colourful career as well. He fought in the 1916 Rising. It is believed that he was actually a member of Collins' squad. Remember those secret assassins who took out the Cairo gang during the War of Independence. We have met him before as well. In our video on the emergency, he served as the Minister for Supplies during the emergency. When Lamass came to power, many people thought that it would be the same old people that he would keep around him, just like Lamass, and just keep his friends close to him. But he surprised a lot of people by appointing younger, enthusiastic ministers to the government. People like Jack Lynch, Charles Haughey, and Donogh O'Malley, the Minister for Education. There were many successes under Lamass, and he really helped modernise the country. Um, Ireland had been left behind economically and socially. We saw the great poverty in the 50s. And Lamass is really responsible for bringing that on. And he had successes in four main areas: the economy, in the education system, in relations with Northern Ireland, and in modernising the country. Remember, we looked at the economy underneath De Valera, and De Valera had a protectionist policy. So remember, protectionist policy was that they would um, put tariffs on things coming in to protect local businesses. Unfortunately, that meant the standard of goods wasn't really challenged at a local level, and products weren't good. Under Lamass, they brought in this new policy of free trade. This was really pushed by a civil servant called T.K. Whitaker, who published a paper called the First Programme for Economic Expansion. And this set out an economic programme for Ireland to really grow the economy. He emphasised encouraging exports and giving tax concessions to attract foreign companies, and it really helped transform the country. The results of the policy were that many British and American companies began to build factories in Ireland. Um, Unemployment dropped quite considerably thanks to the new investment that was coming in, and immigration declined massively also. Another great area of success, and possibly even more um, important than the economic success, was the success in the education system. Under Donogh O'Malley, the Minister for Education, there was this big push to change the education system. There was large investments put in to educate the future workforce. School courses were changed and improved, new schools were built, and old ones were refurbished. But the biggest change was the introduction of free secondary education for all children and free school transport for all second level pupils. Remember, this is a time when a large proportion of the population would still have been rural. A lot of people wouldn't have cars, they wouldn't have had transportation. So even if you could avail of the free education, a lot of people in rural areas would not be able to avail of it. So there was free transport provided for them as well. The results of these educational reforms, there was a significant increase in the number of people going to secondary school, and it really helped to develop a well-educated workforce to fill the jobs that were being provided by the new foreign companies brought in by the new program for economic expansion. The third really big area of success was the normalising of relations with Northern Ireland. We will be looking at Northern Ireland in our next series of videos, and things are going to get pretty bad in the 60s in Northern Ireland. But Lamass reached out to the Prime Minister of Northern Ireland, Terence O'Neill, himself a man who was possibly the most liberal of the Northern Irish prime ministers up to this point. And he went and he met him in Belfast in 1965. And then O'Neill came back and visited in Dublin. They were trying to encourage cooperation in tourism and agriculture. And while the relationship begins to go south soon after this, as the Troubles kick off in Northern Ireland, um, it establishes lines of communication that will become so important in the peace process later on. The fourth big aspect of the Lamass government is social change, really bringing about a change in Irish culture. So on the 31st of December 1961, RTE put out its first televised broadcast, bringing a whole new medium of media to the people. It had a big impact on the attitude of Irish society. It helped change Irish culture, bring it more in line with the fashion trends, from America and Britain at the time. Another big landmark event was the visit of John F. Kennedy, who was President of the United States at the time. This was the most powerful man in the world, and for him to come to Ireland and give a speech talking about the economic progress that Ireland had been making under Lamass really lifted the mood of the country as well. However, Lamass took over in 1959. By 1966, he decided to retire. He was replaced by Jack Lynch, who was one of these dynamic, enthusiastic politicians we have been talking about. And Lynch, he came in at a difficult time, heightened tensions with Northern Ireland, which we'll be looking at, really kicked off. He was in charge during that period. There was the arms crisis, which had threatened to bring down his government, with two ministers having to be fired, one of them being Charles Haughey, we talked about earlier on. We will talk about the arms crisis again, but it was, Irish ministers implicated in arms smuggling up to the north of Ireland. One of the big things then was Ireland joining the EEC, which is now the EU, in 1973, and it brought a lot of investment into the country as well. However, the world economy began to slow down in the 70s due to oil crises. So from 73 to 1977, Fine Gael Labour had a government under Liam Cosgrave. Lynch got back into power from 1977 to 1979. And then in 79, he was replaced as the leader of the party by Charles Haughey. Then in the 80s, again, economic problems caused instability in government throughout the 80s. And there were three governments within 18 months at the beginning of the 80s. Power went between Fianna Fáil under Haughey and Gareth Fitzgerald under a Fine Gael Labour coalition. There was a Great Depression within the country. It was a worldwide thing. There had been a big economic crash in the 80s, and this country would have felt it. Gareth Fitzgerald's government was famously brought down for trying to put tax on children's shoes. People just felt it was a step too far. Of course, then in the 1990s, Ireland experienced massive economic success. This was known as the Celtic Tiger. A lot of greed would help precipitate the fall of the Irish economy in the 2000s, when a lot of greed really left people struggling in the country. The 1990s also, however, saw the first female president of Ireland elected. Mary Robinson was elected in 1990. She was followed by Mary McAleese in 1997, who served a 14-year term. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. A quick run through the 70s, 80s, and 90s, but the real thing we're focused on here is Sean Lamass. So you guys should now know what the first program for economic expansion was, and the effects it had on the country. You guys should know two reforms to the education system under Lamass, and finally, you guys should know two other notable achievements under Lamass, whether that be the normalising of relations with Northern Ireland, the introduction of RTE, diplomatic progress with the United States, and things like that. Thanks for watching. I hope you guys got something good from this video.